Amber Fellows,
Present.
Mark Arthur, Roderick Johnson,
Present.
Grant Tillman,
Present.
Ryan Foley, Amy Somerville,
Present.
Jen Eastridge,
Present.
Amanda Smith,
Present.
Jack Clark.
Present.
There is a quorum.
All right, now we move on to agenda approval. We've been able to look over the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? I move to approve the agenda.
Support.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. Now we move on to public comment. I have a. We're supposed to also approve our minutes. That's in the resolution. Okay. Thank you. So it looks like to have Beth Gibbons. Would you like to make public comment?
Hi everyone, I'm Beth Gibbons. I live at 183 North Mansfield Street and I serve on the Ypsilanti Sustainability Commission. And I basically just came down here today to talk about how excited I am for this project to be going forward. In my professional work, I focus on climate change adaptation and the way that we address the impacts of climate change in ways that are just and equitable. And I really see the intersection of affordable housing and climate change as a place that we can never walk away from. They're inextricably linked. And this is a project that makes me so excited and so proud to be part of this community. I love the CBO process. I deeply appreciate the transparency that's gone into this process. And I really look forward to the way that this whole development is coming together in a way that I think is going to highlight the best type of weatherization that can go into housing, the way that we can manage our stormwater on site that will really become a standard that other developments in our region can follow. And I'm really looking forward to showing how we do dense downtown development, adding walkability and access to an income bracket that has been overlooked. Lastly, I'm really excited to hear about the education opportunities that are going to be part of this project. Part of the mission of the Sustainability Commission is to be creating education opportunities around environment, economics, and equity. And I think that this is a project that brings all of those together. And I'm just really thrilled to see it go forward. And I look forward to having it as something in our community that we can point to when we talk about the values that we all hold. So thank you guys for your work. Thank you to the developers for the project that's come forward. And I just really appreciate everything that's gone into it.
Thank you.
The next individual with their hand raised is on the attendees list. Alice, I'll allow them to speak now. You have 3 minutes to address the commission. Alice?
Shit, sorry. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Is that okay? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh no. Okay. It sounds, I'm on the transcript, so I assume that you can hear me. Thank you for doing this agreement. I am excited about all of the work that you put into it. I opened the agenda and I was like, oh
Alice, we
wow.
can't hear you. Hold on 1 second.
Huh. Can you hear me at all now?
Yes.
Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I just can't be heard, and that's okay. Rats.
Alice,
Alice, you hear us?
I can hear you.
Hey, go ahead, you can make your comment now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I just appreciated the work that everybody on the committee put into this. I opened the agenda and I saw like so much stuff in there, and it was really exciting. And this process is a lot of work and a lot of time and hours and meetings. And I was really excited about the stuff that I saw in the agenda packet, like the HOA restriction and the AMI adjustments and stuff like that. So yeah, just expressing thanks and expressing support for the agreements and benefits that y'all have put together. Thanks. Sorry for the technical issues.
Thank you, Alice. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment?
There's no one else on the attendees list.
Seeing none, we'll move on now to resolutions, motions, and discussions. I know we just approved the agenda, but I just realized there were some things that were in the packet that are not here. Are those articles, were they part of the digital packet?
Yeah, there were links to the articles.
Oh, just linked, okay. I see, okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Support. So moved and seconded, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion approved. Okay, and now we're gonna move on to updates. The first part of this was maybe checking in with staff and Renovai about some of the things we discussed in the last meeting. One of the things we discussed is the AMI housing ratios, and just wanted to see if there was any updates from the developer about that, as well as the HOA restrictions and whether or not those can be placed, labor standards for the general contractor, and the MISHDA employer assistance match program.
So we have confirmed. This on, can you hear me? We can take any items legally from the HOA that would not be open to public participation. That can be restricted. We have confirmed that with our attorney right now, from the HOA perspective. Our conversation, any changes we make to labor restrictions will increase costs significantly. So we did have that conversation with our general contractor, but we are not opposed, as we said, to meeting what would be the HUD standard, which is Section 3 requirements, which is, doing our best within our marketing material and putting in our GMP contract with the contractor to hire locally, to market locally, and to look at those initiatives and to follow any policy that the city may have in place.
Yeah, so I can give you guys the current breakdown of the units and what the AMI targeting looks like. Currently in the pro forma, we have two, let me back up a second. The two types that we're going to be focused on the affordable side are cottages, which are the standalone 2-story unit that's 1,000 square feet, and the duplex units, which are the 2 pads, 1,200 square feet. We have 2 cottages set aside for 40% AMI families or individuals. We have 4 cottages set aside for 60% AMI individuals and families, and 9 cottages set aside for 80% AMI individuals and families. We have 4 duplex units set aside at 60% AMI, and 4 duplex units set aside at 80%, totaling 23, which is half of the units. I have one mission. That was the last piece.
Did you say 8 at 80? I'm sorry, could I ask you to repeat that?
Absolutely, I'll go slower. So 2 40% AMI cottages, 4 60% AMI cottages, 4 60% AMI duplexes, So 12 total under 60% AMI, which is higher than the requirement that we got from our funders. 80% AMI cottages and 4 80% AMI duplexes.
Can you just go back to you said there's 2 at 40% AMI cottages?
Yes,
And then 4 at 60 cottages, 4 at 60 duplexes?
correct.
Okay, so I thought you said there were 12 under 60. Right.
No, so there's, oh, I'm so sorry, correct. My math is a little off. Yes, there's 10 at 60% or less.
So there's only 2 at 40%.
2 at 40. 8 total at 60, split between cottages and duplexes.
And did you say that the cottages are 1,000 square feet and the duplexes are 1,200?
Correct.
Thank you.
So we did have a call with the Mishta homeownership team this week with the city. Unfortunately, they don't bring additional resources in terms of subsidy, but they're bringing back a new program called the Employer Assisted Homeownership. What they will do is they will subordinate. So in order to receive Mishta down payment assistance, which is $10,000 right now, you have to get a Mishta first mortgage. And generally, any type of programming, what we're doing with the city will be able to subordinate behind Mishta protocol. What this allows for is that any employers locally that want to participate, Mishta will subordinate. Mishta generally doesn't subordinate. They take a first position lien. So while that doesn't bring any resources, they locally they've gotten expressed interest from a lot of the medical profession. The first interest really comes from Lansing and Sparrow, which gives us an idea of what to target, that we could target additional employers within the Ypsilanti area who would want to participate and provide additional down payment assistance. Mishta would then subordinate their mortgage, which is, specifically underwritten to terms to the affordability that we have within the portfolio language that we have. And they would subordinate their additional down payment assistance, which is $10,000 behind that. That's the program right now. They're looking to expand that. The last time that they run this program was pre-housing crash, so I think 2007. And they would be willing to use this as an introductory program for Ypsilanti.
Would that be for the entire site or just the 23 that are under the?
So that would be for their program specifically is for 80% AMI and under. They have specific underwriting protocol within their portfolio. Their requirements probably would match similar protocol that we would put forward. You have to have a 640 credit score. You have to meet 30% debt to income. You have to qualify with a Mishta participating lender. There's quite a few in the area that are Mishta participating lender. But yes, that would qualify for any units under 80% AMI.
I have a question about so you said the labor standards would be level 3 under HUD.
It's called section 3
Okay.
under HUD.
So Washtenaw County has a section 3 list of section 3. It's women and minority owned business contracting businesses in Washtenaw County. And so that's what we do with all of our CDBG projects is go to the section 3 list and they get a preference here on it.
Any questions about the labor standards or the match program? I have some questions about the ratios. This doesn't appear to have moved at all from the last targeting sheet that we got, right? It's the same. Two cottages at 40. 23 units altogether. And yeah, I'm looking at the Robinson Landing project, which I know is a different thing, it's community land trust. I know that was referenced as a model of some kind, and you know, they have kind of a completely opposite way of targeting, in which anyone that applies cannot make over 80% FDMI for that development. And, you know, that's not the case for this one, because there is market rate development. But, you know, at least for me, I'm not sure if this is the case with other members of the committee. I was really hoping to see more units at 40%.
I definitely agree with you there. That's kind of an unimpressive figure.
Do you guys understand 40% for home ownership? And I say this respectfully, so please don't misunderstand. Whenever we're looking at targeting 40% AMI and home ownership, it is extremely challenging. Generally in the past, we've been able to target more residential rehab. So, you know, we've looked at housing units that were under 80 or 90,000 for a sale price, because you have to look at who really qualifies and what their household is. We're limited demographically to the size, you know, generally to a smaller household, which is common right now with what we're seeing in this housing challenge. And, you know, you're looking at people that have to qualify that have almost no debt to make them qualify, because you, under the proponents, you have a debt to income of 30%. The taxes that we're incurring right now almost make it impossible for anyone in any situation to qualify. So when we're bringing in resources to buy down the affordability of a 40%, as we said before, it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars per unit to buy it down to make these folks fit. Generally in the 40%, you know, those are folks that fit more in the rental and LIHTC to make them sustainable. So, you know, if you're looking at a household, and we have to pull up there, if you look at the profile, it's for every unit, we would have to bring in several $1 million to buy it down and meet that type of affordability for what we're delivering right now. And that's the challenge. You know, the challenge is, you know, ultimately we've got $6.5 million that we've had to bring in to fund the affordability component for this. It wouldn't happen if we didn't have access to American Rescue Funds. As I said, we would never be limited on what we would deliver for 40% if we could garner the additional funding right now. But we've maximized everything we've had to put it into making sure that these were primary residents that were owned, and to try and make them as affordable as we can with current construction costs. So those are the challenges. It's not as if we're coming back saying we're not going to deliver an additional 40%. The same thing, you know, also looking for the market of folks that are sustainable at 40% into the home ownership. We're limited in that pool long-term of who's going to be sustainable, be able to qualify, meet the front end combined loan to value ratios, meet the 30%, be able to be credit qualified and carry no debt. So we're kind of looking for that perfect instrument for 40%ers that can qualify right now.
Right, I'm definitely aware of the struggles, and this conversation probably isn't really going to go anywhere now, but we can talk more about it afterwards if you'd like, unless you.
Oh, no, I'm not, this is not something I'm letting up on personally, because, I mean, I'm just looking at your own numbers. The difference here between the 80% and the 40% is a matter of $60,000. So, I mean, understand some of the other numbers you're talking about, but just feels like a lot of fuss for, 80% target being $60,000 more than the 40% target. And, the other things about finding perfect instrument for certain types of buyers, I don't think that is, a fair argument really, because, the perfect instrument wouldn't exist for those buyers at all if we didn't have units that were available for them. And those buyers are just our residents, like it's the residents of the Ypsilanti that are making 40% AMI in Washtenaw County, so, I bought a home around that AMI. It was no issue. I had no issue getting a mortgage. I have a debt to ratio, income ratio that's typical for a millennial. I think we should allow the mortgage companies in Michigan to decide and not decide for them.
I have a question about the AMI. Are the numbers that we have talked about previously locked in, or the article that came out today citing that the AMI for a 4-person family in this area has jumped $11,000 in the last year? Are those the new numbers?
Yeah, so when we set this up, it will follow how salary and rent restrictions are listed by HUD every April.
So the jump of $11,000 over the last year, that's primarily driven by those Ann Arbor numbers that we're trying to fight with that 40% that we wanted added in. So I'm also a little bit struggling with how we reconcile that. When we're now fighting Ann Arbor numbers even more than we were when this process started.
So as somebody who managed HUD programs for Wayne County for several years, I can tell you that homeowner programs at 40% AMI are very rare. I welcome a conversation with Teresa Gelati, who manages HUD programs here. We never funded homeowner programs for folks at 40% AMI. Rental programs were funded. We would throw millions and millions in home dollars for lower income between, maybe 50, but we never did a homeowner program for folks at 40% AMI for all the reasons that Shannon mentioned. So I'm really just backing up her statements about how difficult that income targeting is. The difference in the home sale of $60,000, right? There's an $80,000 gap in 40 and a $20,000 gap at 80. That's just in the back end home sale. But the cost to construct that $40,000 unit compared to what we're getting in sales price is almost $200,000. And what we're getting from the city is not cash. We are getting the ability to take a loan. That loan has parameters. It has to be paid back within a certain period. There are limits of what we can do with that money. Most of the flexibility that we're getting on the affordability is coming from the other sources in the project. It's coming from the ARPA money that we're seeking, not through the TIF. That really doesn't give us the flexibility to do really deep 40% AMI outside of what we've programmed.
All of these homes, like all of the 23, will be available for 40% AMI individuals if we do have ample people qualifying.
Absolutely.
They just can't go above 80% on any of those units. So anybody who's making under 8% in area median income can qualify for any one of these homes, correct?
Yes, but they would, I think we're going to be setting the sales prices though in accordance with the income targeting. So they would have to come with significant down payment assistance in order to meet a $60,000 or $80,000 sales price.
Okay, I was correct.
So for the 4 60% AMI cottages, how much would it cost to buy those down to 40?
So I think it's an additional $60,000 per house. However, then, one of the issues you have with this type of development is if we don't get more than 40% AMI to qualify. Those houses are sitting on the market and actually we're not able to fill other houses.
I'm just wondering, so like, if we wanted to take 2 more of these down to 40%, that would be 120,000.
I don't have that.
I have the numbers pulled up here. I mean, if we're, like, I think I'm interested in negotiating, moving some stuff around. You have 9 units at 80%, like, can you move some of those down to 60 and 40%? You know, if we're moving from 60 to 40%, that's a difference of, looks like $35,000 per unit. Not astronomical according to your figures, so at least moving a couple of these around would make me feel much better about just moving forward.
We don't have another source. We are maxed out in our request for ARPA. So we don't have another cash source to fill that gap. And we've already given up 2% on our developer fee. So unless there's a cash source for that, it would be difficult to meet our debt. Our debt is coming in as a revolving loan fund. So we are putting money in, selling the units and using that same money for construction. If the sales prices are too low, the whole model doesn't work because the money won't be coming back in to construct the next units. So we would need to cover that gap with cash, not more TIF.
There isn't any more TIF to actually get.
There is no more TIF to get. Thank you.
So there isn't $60,000 to move in one of these units.
In discussions with the County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, to make this happen, as stated, every single lever has been pushed. I assure you of that. And so without any additional funding.
It was a significant rework on the part of all the administrations just to look at the PRA. And there's a lot of things that sound simple. I also encourage you, I know as a developer, we've done a lot of homeownership programs. If you do some due diligence with HUD and, you know, contact the county, contact MISTA, and get some feedback on 40% and their thoughts on sustainability there. But yes, there was a significant rework of the tax capture because we are losing a lot of taxes by making this primary residence, which is the loan that we're borrowing against. So we had to restructure all of that. That was a big component. We've added on, obviously, a lot of things that we've talked about. We have done deeper dives, so there's been a lot. Our original ask in our fund started, we're $1 million more right now than what we've maximized. So it's not us sitting back here saying 60,000. I mean, we have maximized every source. We have a gap. We've reduced our developer fee even more. And we still have ongoing items that have been added to the project that we need to find sources for.
Can you explain to me how the market size being kind of incorporated into the business model? Because, you know, that is a source of income that is going to be fluctuating based on the market. So I imagine there's some factoring into that as well.
No, all that revenue, like I said, goes back into funnel the loan. So as we build units, we sell units, that revenue goes back to pay, goes back in the pot to construct more units. And at the point where the loan repayments start, we will be paying off that loan while we're finishing the units and selling the units. So don't think of it as though we're going to sell all these units and keep all the money. All that money is going to pay back our equity investor, our lender, and then we have a developer fee that is currently at 12%, at 10%. I'm sorry. It used to be at 12%. It's now at 10%.
But I think another thing to really bring in here is that the market rate units are below market rate.
Correct.
So like when people think of market rate, they think of, well, this is what the market will bear. So this is going to be listed and let the bidding war commence. That is not how this will be handled. Is that correct?
I think we went through this in the last, all of, as we said, this is just on average. All of the cost to construct each unit on an average, and there obviously is a difference on a unit type and scope, is 285,000. So we, in order to continue the conversations for gentrification, we went through the specs. We're at the same spec delivery as what you would see in new construction of homes starting in the 400,000 plus. And I can walk you through, you've got a copy of the specification sheets. We can walk through what that looks like. The entire development is being bought down and what it's delivered to, including the market rate units. We're doing a deeper dive based on the affordability for those units that you see that are targeted, but which is where that gap is coming from. And beyond that, when you look at the brownfield activities, we have existing costs as related to site constraints and environmental that we're delivering as well. And just to clarify from the specifications, beyond the brownfield eligible activities, beyond the type of topographic challenges and things that we have to deliver to create this site, we have an additional 285,000 in landscaping, above and beyond what's required from the municipal that we're delivering. We have that broken down. The specifications include her plank.
Maybe subtract from that.
I'm sorry?
Why are you doing 285,000 above and beyond? That could go towards buying down one house for $60,000.
It was required by the planning commission to get site plan approval.
Well, we have requirements here too. So what I'm hearing is like, okay, well, you're saying that the market rate housing brought down too, and that you're gonna not sell that at market rate, but we don't have a mechanism for, unless we implement it into the agreement that you agree to not sell above a certain point, which I don't think you want, right? You don't want the market rate housing to be hamstringed, nor that, I don't think that's a part of your business model. So
I only ask that you think about the lenders and other people that have to participate and that have requirements. And so a lot of this, we have 4 different lenders coming in to provide equity to make this project happen that are monetizing the TIF. And every time we put underwriting criteria, this is something that has to be administered by the city and the county and by our lenders. That creates additional challenges.
anyone else? Okay, I just want to talk to the committee for a second, because I understand it can't just be me who dies on this hill, but to me, this is absurdity to move forward, spending our public dollars underwriting a project that doesn't produce housing for people that live here. And when the developers are talking about, the risk and being unable to find people that would be in the 40%. And my group, that is most of Ypsilanti, and plenty of people do own homes here. And the average US the medium income for a single person in the US is $36,000. So that is just an actual reality of the place that we live. So I would feel much more comfortable if you could move a single unit into that 40% category. I feel like that would have showed some good faith in trying to work with some of the things that we were asking about the last many meetings. I know that you've adjusted a lot, but I thought that maybe that was something that we would try to do for this meeting as well. Maybe that was a poor expectation, but I think it's a poor expectation to ask for 2.7 million without building housing that is affordable to people that live here.
I have a question. So
one of the things I'm understanding is that the extra requirement added at the end of the planning commission meeting is causing that lack of flexibility for those for like one more unit. I was at that meeting and it felt like an overstep, and I didn't know if there's anything else that could be done to undo any of that. It seemed like,
Couldn't council not approve that?
Am I allowed to speak, Chair? Okay, I know you wanted to talk to the committee. Council could undo some of what the planning commission had done. Or my guess is that would be about $10,000 to $20,000 an added cost. It wouldn't be to come up to the $60,000 range. It would help. But I know that in talking to Councilwoman Somerville, we are in the process of scheduling meetings to work with local partners to help buy down another one of the units. It's just a lot harder to get meetings than anticipated. And so Councilwoman Somerville and I had many conversations and did the reach out, but the week wasn't long enough.
Yeah, I kind of feel comfortable asking people to buy nowadays if we can't get more than 2 that are 30%. I think I'm just like, I don't have much to say right now because I'm kind of just like, I don't know what to say.
I'm kind of in the same boat.
It's just,
I can't think of anything really
Yeah.
constructive to say because,
it's
I
frustrating.
mean, where do you stop though at the same time? Like we got to, it seems like a very small amount. I agree, but I mean, realistically, it is a tight project. They are asking for a lot of money. I don't know, I have a hard time finding anything really constructive. I do want the development to go forward, but I've honestly thought from day one that it's really not even the right type of development for the space that it's in. Like, wouldn't it be cheaper to build a mid-rise or something similar that is, these single-family homes really are not the way to increase urban density that we're talking about, right? You go into any big city, I mean, you have mid-rises, when you have a limited amount of space, that you build up, right? And I think that's probably easier to build a larger amounts of affordable units in something like that. That's obviously besides the point here, because this is what we're getting. But, yeah,
Well, I don't think it's just a matter of what we're quote getting. I think what we're talking about is not just creating density, but we're talking about creating density in land that is available, that is in the community, that is walkable to everything, that's not just putting people in boxes. We're not just trying to create to create density. We're creating community. We're creating neighbors and neighborhoods. We're creating, valuable lifestyle elements that come with owning a home, but also moving people into a place where they can begin to have equity and, put those roots into the community. And
I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive. I mean, a condo is still owning a piece of
Absolutely.
something, but
absolutely,
like I said, it's kind of besides the point. This is what we're getting.
right.
I foresaw this issue coming up very early on. Like, how do you build single family homes cheap enough to offer it at something like 40% AMI? It's just a very difficult thing to do. And so what is enough realistically?
I also don't see realistically, the neighbors are already not happy about this. I think this is probably the best that could be done at this price point. In terms of meeting what the neighbors are hopeful for.
Is it, go ahead. Is it possible to eliminate?
Is there some other requirement we're placing on here that could be changed to make more flexibility? I think that's the question at this point. If that's, if that is the hill we want to die on, and make sure we get, 1 to 2 more truly affordable units, then what is the trade-off?
The green space that we've demanded.
Well, I think that's-
So I think one of the biggest costs was the fence. Is that correct?
No.
No? What was the big expense? Was that
I don't, math is not my strong suit, so I'm just going to admit that now. Is it possible to like get rid of one of the 60% AMI cottages and get 3 at 40 and then just have 10 at 80? Is that a crazy idea? I mean, that would give 3 more at 40, or have 3 at 40, sorry.
I'm sorry, just, we have our lender and the county all reviewing this pro forma at the same time, and our equity partner. So changing these numbers requires 4 different levels of review. So it's not something I could just spit out to you guys. I actually just changed the number from 260 to 240, and I instantly had a $280,000 gap in my pro forma. So I don't want to shoot out yeses and nos tonight, because what you're asking is hours and hours of pro forma working and negotiating with our primary lender and our gap provider. So it's not that simple.
I have a question. So the conversations that are happening in the county, how can we get them in the same room as all of us to talk through some of these concerns? Because I don't really know how we can, like, we're not in the room, so it's hard for us to know what these conversations are like.
I'm gonna make a comment that maybe you guys have a separate conversation, because until we go through full approval, we've been, we can't publicly, but we're more than happy to have that discussion where appropriate.
So if there's not easily flexibility at the developer side, is there something we can request or require of the city?
From what I've heard from the developer, it would be to request the city provide a cash assistance. It could be from the $250,000 payment for the land, to reduce one of the homes back to 40%, although I don't know if that's okay with the developer. I know there's a lot of review, but if the city had the cash to do that, because the city will get $250,000 in the sale of this property, that's probably the one way I could think that the city could look at that.
What about that cannabis tax fund you mentioned a while back that you desperately
Same thought.
wanted to get your hands on?
Yeah, so I don't think that's gonna be helpful in this, like, conflict about reducing the 40%. I talked to the county prosecutor today about doing some sort of match where the city uses our equity fund, which is like, every year we get $1,000 per permit, and that goes into a special fund. It's different than our revenue, but we also have a budget shortfall this year, so it's hard for me to say anything until we get through tomorrow night and our budget gets amended and then passed. But we still, separate from like the deficit, we have this other fund that has like this year $24,000 in it. And then the county has reentry money, so like, if we want to set aside specific like down payment assistance for certain units for people who have past convictions with cannabis, we could try to do that, but that would be specific to people with prior cannabis convictions, because if the money is restricted to that. So I think we can certainly find people who qualify under those requirements and IFC, but I don't think that really solves the problem of not having more units either at 60 or 40.
Fair enough. I wasn't sure
I
how
think it
that worked.
helps with down payment assistance, but I guess what I'm trying to see is if we can get one more unit at 40. I also, it's just like hard for me to like, later on in the agenda, we have an item to talk about naming this after Maddie Dorsey, and that's just kind of disrespectful.
Particularly the Maddie Dorsey is an idea that was.
No, I know,
floated.
but like the idea is to make housing more affordable for people in Ypsilanti, which is what she said decades ago, and we're still in a situation where people are getting forced out, and then we have an opportunity to just, yeah, make a little bit of a difference, and I don't know, I guess it'd be different if we had this conversation 3 sessions ago.
Can we make a long-term request to the city to create some type of down payment assistance fund over a longer period of time that could benefit people throughout all of the city of Ipsy? In the name of Maddie Dorsey and this project?
I mean, I don't even think we should talk about the name of the project at this point, until we figure out if we can have like any more wiggle room. That's, I guess, I'm speaking for myself, I can't speak for anyone else. I don't even think we should be thinking about naming it after her though.
I'm just thinking if we can leverage this project to something that's actually in the long run gonna accomplish that goal, where
Can I just say too, I feel like I know that we would like to aim for getting one more at 40 AMI, 40% AMI. This is also, this is huge. Like what we have right here is still a big deal. And still putting, in my opinion, you know, opportunities out there. And I feel like, you know, this project is just the start of what can happen and what can be. And, you know, once this project happens, there could be another project that happens. And hopefully it doesn't take as long as it did to get this, you know, opportunity. But I just wanted to, I know, I feel like I'm always kind of like the Pollyanna, you know, but I do want us to see like what a big deal this is.
What is the possibility, so what would it cost to take one of the 80% cottages down to 60%?
according to the sheet, 25,000.
Plus it's the difference in
And then the cost of the
construction.
I think there's a big push down the fence there. It's weird.
for what reason?
The planning commission thought for safety purposes.
I do kind of agree with that. I mean, you're gonna have kids out there right next to a train track. Because there is green space back there that they will be, you know,
Do we know that we can put a fence there?
You can put a fence on our property. So, yeah,
I wouldn't take a hard line on that, but I do think a fence is a good idea. What was the cost of the fence?
I don't know. I know that was what ended up taking a lot of the wiggle room on providing some of the recreational amenities in the project was the fence came in and
I would agree.
Historic district approved fence.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with fence over recreational amenities. But I wouldn't approve a fence over, you know, affordability.
What about the sidewalks that felt like an afterthought? I don't know, like it was,
Like I said, that would be about 20,000, but once again, what I didn't know, and this is because I'm not in the pro forma like they are, okay, is by taking 2 of the 60% units down to 40%, that put a $280,000 gap in the pro forma. And so even though on the sheet, it says, well, that buy down is just 60,000, 40, 35,000. I don't know what they're looking at, and I don't know how that meshes with it.
We're still positive over here. We're not gonna go negative.
And I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think they're looking at it, so I want to give them an opportunity to give us another pitch, because I'm not willing to, I don't want to kick the can down the road, you know? I know that we can wish for something along the way, but that's why we have the CBO, so we can actually try to get stuff that would benefit the community, and I know it's uncomfortable, but I'm here to do the job, so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, are you looking at other numbers? Can you see something in there?
We definitely could move an 80 to a 60 and move some things around for that. It's minor, but that we can make work right now.
I think I know this is an ongoing process, but the minute I make this change, this pro forma has to go to the primary lender, the county, and everybody else. So I kind of need to know if that's going to be enough, because I'd like to know before we, because you know, there's lawyers' fees, like we're racking up fees with review of this stuff. So I just want to make sure that that sounds good to everybody and we can have everybody else review it. I mean, no one's going to be upset about it except for maybe our lender, but we can negotiate with them.
I mean, just speaking to myself, I feel a little better if we can move one of the 80 down to 60. And then that would, yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, I think that would help. And then conversations that I'll continue to have like throughout this to get costs brought down. I mean, the cannabis money will be specific to people with prior cannabis convictions, so that could be people that could afford 60 or 80, but we could help with down payment assistance. That's not really gonna help with like the lower income issue of just the two at 40, but I guess I'm interested in seeing if we can get one more at 60, that puts me in a better spot.
And if we, sorry. I was saying, if we could actually, Randy and I, work to find additional down payment assistance, we could effectively buy a 60 down to 40 without working through your process.
Yeah, it would come in on the back end. So you'd basically be paying the sales price of a 60, but it would be the only
Yeah.
concern I would have is making sure that that's sustainable for the homeowner.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna pay taxes at the higher amount. So. But so if you do that, then you would basically be paying the sales price at a 60% unit, but it would be a 40% family. So there's gonna be a ton of down payment assistance. So they're gonna get in, but then they're gonna have a monthly mortgage payment that has taxes based on the 60%. It's just the home buyer assistance counseling agency will just have to dig in and make sure that that works for that family.
Okay, and then one more question about this. So like separately though, if we wanted to actually like buy down the price of that unit instead of the down payment assistance, that could take it down to 40 though, and they wouldn't be stuck in a situation where they're paying higher taxes.
We would need the money to come in on the front end
Yeah.
rather than the back end.
What can you do with $250,000?
Would be close to 240. Well, we were at 280 for 240s. Definitely do 60s, right?
Well, yeah, you just wouldn't have any money for income qualifying for the next family when, you know, someone sells a house in 5 years, but that wasn't the question. The question was, I can't tell you that right
Yeah.
now, because this thing is so complicated.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. But if these people ever move, the fund that replaces the lower incomes has to be much larger. So long-term administration for this, you know, if we're buying them down 120,000 as they move, you know, when we were first starting talking about 20,000, that would have to be revolved and replaced. You know, if someone had a 40 or 60% moves, they would repay that, and there's some limitations. So there is some backstop to it, but we'll have to work through with the city and the county on what that looks like from a revolving perspective on how those pieces move. And those are the things that we're trying to be thoughtful. We understand and respect. We are big supporters of affordability. We've run these programs, but we're trying to bring all of these pieces in to make sure that they're sustainable and successful.
I have a proposal then to the committee and, yeah, and with respect to you both, like, you know, I thought maybe in the 2 weeks leading up to now, maybe you would have looked at the pro forma and seen like potential options you could show us, and maybe I should have made that more explicit, for myself at least, but, what I'm thinking is maybe we can table this conversation just for a little bit while you all look at numbers a little bit, because I think it might be worth using the developer fee to see if we can fit that into changing some of the front end costs, as well as bringing one of those 80% to 60%, because I would be supportive of that. I don't want to eliminate the 60%. AMI standard, those houses are for $140,000 to $150,000, and I think that is crucial for affordability around here too. yeah, so the committee feels comfortable with it, moving on a little bit and then returning to this item. Um, Annie, do you have any more information about potential employer partners?
So there are employers interested, but related to what Joe mentioned earlier. Initial stuff is new, it's coming back, it's an old program,
Yeah, and it's not as much of a program as we would hope.
but I know that Sheree said, July said that the county would do something separate through local employers, the county could act as the beneficiary. So I think it's possible to have local employers buy in. I've talked to a few people who are interested. But I think obviously that wasn't gonna be something that we could get set in stone before this gets finalized, but I think it's something that we can have as like council needs to follow through with this. If there's an interest.
Just to add on that, Annie, without a development, we don't have employer buy down. So with the development, we do. And I think that, it always becomes a lot easier when you have, okay, in 3 months, we're gonna be going promoting this. And let's get ready. And I think the outreach Annie's done has been amazing because it's really got people excited. And so I know we will have partners.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And I think EMU is also a good one, and most of EMU employees don't make professor wage. For anyone who knows anyone who works at EMU, they do not. And so, but they still have their,
So I know, yeah, but and then also just like the like restaurant industry, that's what I had my conversations. Anyway, yeah. There's, yeah, just an interest. Yeah. Obviously, you're excited about the business community.
Yeah, I represent the small retailer community. And it's a very,
You weren't there the last one, so.
no, right, I was out of town, but, no, and the employer buy-in for me just is a different world right now because people think we are through the pandemic and many of us are trying to claw our way and stay afloat right now. So even trying to pay the bills and pay our employees is a challenge. So for small businesses, employees like mine in the industry like mine, unfortunately, I would be heartbroken to not be able to support one of my employees. But the fact of the matter is that
I think a lot of it's gonna come from like the restaurants and that's right, like the strong yes they got was from one of the restaurants, so.
and that's amazing too, because restaurants got hit really hard, so
Yeah.
good for them. That's killer. I wish I was in a position to do that.
I don't know how much money it takes to do, like, to be part of that program, but Alina Zacharias was definitely like very interested in having that conversation. I don't know if you guys have.
You've not, yeah.
I'm playing email tag with her administrative assistant.
Really? Okay,
And I had a really, really good meeting with Janice Townsend.
awesome.
I don't think that's promising whether or not it's matched with Michelle or it's just.
I think the subordinated for Mishta is huge, which I don't know, I mean, just, if you know what that means, it's where Mishta would cede the first position on the mortgage to the employer, not Mishta, and Mishta does a subordinate. So it's huge that they would actually do that.
Thank you, Annie, for checking in with your potential partners. I think that's really exciting, and I totally see why, employers that can fund their employees would be excited about it, so. Hopefully to see movement on that. Okay, moving on to item C, the aforementioned street name discussion. I had put in here input from Staying Power, just briefly. Staying Power is a program through run by Molly Rayner through EMU Engage, but it's comprised of Ypsilanti young people, teens and young adults who specifically do work around poetry and performance relating to housing and gentrification in Ypsilanti, very specific group. They were slated to do a performance and were unable to do that in the last week due to COVID stuff, but we'll have a production of some kind in the near future. But they did do a production right before the pandemic in 2019 that culminated with suggestion to rename the streets after historical figures of Ypsilanti. So I thought it might be appropriate to talk to them. And I was hoping to meet with some of the young people and walk the site. That wasn't able to happen. But I was sent some names. I don't know if it really is something we want to discuss too much, considering like everything else that we just talked about. But I can at least mention the names as just having it in the air for maybe future projects. But Maddie Dorsey was one name that came up. I did attach an article, I'm not sure if people were able to review it, about Maddie Dorsey and her legacy in fighting urban renewal on the south side. Allie DeHazen is another name that was brought up, who apparently was a physical genius and pianist at the end of the 1800s, and also went to EMU. Bernice Kersey was a teacher of, it was one of the schools on the south side. Does anybody know before segregation was ended? It was First Ward School. And Issa Stewart was also named, who founded Brown Chapel A&E, which still exists today. Issa Stewart. So those are the names that they brought forward. And I know that Andy also kind of alluded to Pete Murdoch. Murdoch Sweeney. So I don't know if people still want to talk about street name ideas, but please add or discuss.
Was this something that has to be decided tonight? This is our last meeting.
What we could do is, maybe we could have just like require that council come up with a process and we'll submit names. So that way there's more community info. I don't know. That's fine.
Yeah, anything that this committee wants to do should be done tonight, unless something radical happens and we have to postpone this meeting or something, but yeah, I don't know if people have strong feelings about having input on that name, or if like Amy said, just forwarding a suggestion to council to take that into consideration.
I know, but no.
Murdoch's being bubble bar sounds really cool.
Well, I ran for city council once against Pete Murdoch. You put me in a tough position there. I you know, Pete's a big figure in this town, but sometimes I think he's a person that's fairly close to the current situation. So I think people want to stay away from somebody that might spark a little, not backlash, but politics in this town, being politics in this town you want to stay away from that. I did look up Maddie Dorsey, and I was impressed with her, what she did, and there's enough distance there that I'm willing to support her. I don't know these other people.
Is there any, as somebody in your neighborhood, do you know if there's any like historic figures that the neighborhood specifically would be excited about?
I did not come up with anybody like that. I don't know the Gilberts, that's the name out there, but you hate to pick a name, and then 20 years from now, something terrible that they did comes up, so I don't know the Gilberts enough to go ahead and say, well, let's just name it the Gilbert Project or anything like that, or Gilbert Avenue. It's, as I said, if we have to do it tonight, then I know who I would pick, but it could be an ongoing process because it's going to be some time before even the first duplex is actually available to be put on the market.
Do we know anyone who wants to make a $250,000 donation to this project to lower the AMI?
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Yeah, I get it, you have to,
I mean,
that
I
person
think
has to be
hopefully
there.
there's opportunities for people to like put some private money that would be, best served restoring.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood the spirit of, offering Murdoch or Murdoch Sweeney as a possibility because Pete was the crucial part of the CBO process where he was advocating for it at council. And, is deceased as well as his wife deceased, which is, not, we have named other things in honor of recently deceased residents. So I mean, I'm personally supportive of Murdoch Sweeney or Maddie Dorsey, as long as we, are able to sort out something that we can all get behind. I think that those folks would get behind as well.
Yeah, I think like what you just said, I think my one concern and hesitation with Maggie Dorsey is that in a lot of ways, this project, like where I know it creates more room for affordability, but there is still the other half of it that doesn't, which I feel like based on all the research I've done about Maggie Dorsey, it just doesn't feel right to me. And I feel like there could maybe be a more affordable site down the road on Water Street that would better serve her needs. Or with a community center or rec center someday, and I would feel more comfortable with Murdoch Sweeney. I don't think their ghost will come back to haunt us. I don't know, it also sounds good.
I have a proposal. What if we just put Maddie and left it unfinished because the work is not done?
I think, yeah. I think it's just like the other half of it that like I'm struggling with.
So,
We don't have to know the road name today.
okay.
I just mean like the other half of the site is why I just like it feels not right to me to use Maggie Dorsey's name, but.
But this is just, the developer had asked for ideas and there's no, if they wanted to make this part of the CBO process, but, this was just this does not have to be decided tonight.
No,
I think it's one of the things that we asked is potentially something we'll have input on, so it's on the.
I don't know, I think like, maybe it's like personal for me that like even just recognizing Grace, like she was a trailblazer for people like getting engaged in progressive ideas in IT, and I feel like us going through this process is that, so, I don't know.
I support that, what you said, Annie, about like some other project coming down the road that might be better fit, for Maggie Dorsey. Also, I do agree, we don't have to decide this right now. It's probably not our like cornerstone benefit. It's just something that we did work out before tonight. So if people feel, is there anybody else that has input about the idea of Murdoch Sweeney?
I tend to agree with Roderick in that see, politics is the key politics, and there are going to be feelings on one way or the other about people who have had interactions, recently with the politics. So I tend to feel like celebrating someone, who does have a bit more distance might be a little more politically accepted by the majority. Other than that, I don't. Opinions about it, I would like, I personally would love to see it named after, I think women, we have excellent examples of women here in my thing, and I love the idea that you're working with young people who want to recognize historical figures in Ipsy too. So I think it would be really neat if you could explore that as well, because that would be a really neat sense of pride for that young group to choose a name.
I just wonder if we have any street in the city named after a woman.
I think we need to change that.
Maybe the suggestion is that, since it doesn't seem like we have consensus on this issue, we, maybe push this off to council for gaining public input on, and then we invite state power to come speak on that issue, because I think they would love that. This is just a very quick turnaround from finding out, maybe we could have some input on it and try to get state power involved while they're working on the production. It just didn't line up. So maybe we can make a more intentional date for them to speak on that issue directly. And
Yeah, I think that's very good. I think people would like more license control. I actually agree with what Rod said about, let's give a little bit of statistics. In part because I know that we're not gonna make everybody happy with this whole thing, and if the neighbors are gonna be mad about the name at all, I don't wanna rub salt in the wound with over a name. Because I'd rather have the housing, the affordability, all these other pieces that are so important than to make people mad about a name. But I don't actually know what the general neighborhood feel is there about Beaver Rock, but
Yeah, I guess I think the overall feel is that we did great things for Ypsilanti, it's looked great for a long time, and some people might have negative feelings about that, but I think they were pushing ideas that were very different and new and progressive, and that's why we have a CDO now. And it's why we, started seeing more progressive people sit at the table, but not everybody likes everybody. But I think most people that I talk to in my ward remember both of them, and they did really great things for us.
I vote that we kick this can down the road. I would suggest leaving, putting in a provision that the city council is going to, have some sort of community process for deciding, but I don't think we're gonna decide this tonight. I think we have more important things to talk about.
that's my impression, that there's not consensus. Let's move on to item D, and I just want to run back to check in to see if you all, and you'll have any updates about performance numbers.
So if the city forgoes the acquisition, the 250,000, we would, instead of spending that money on acquisition, when we take out the loan, we would add it to the construction subsidy. That's how we would move that money, and it would allow us to do 4 units at 40%.
Okay,
At 40.
that's great.
I highly do not suggest this. You need that money because you're gonna need the money to income qualify every buyer that comes and buys houses in this unit as you move forward. So
The
setting,
sustainability of the project.
yeah, it makes the project unsustainable.
I was hoping to have the $250,000 in the housing trust for multiple reasons. I think that being one of them. But I don't think we should rely on that development or the cost to be the only source for the housing trust fund. If we, I don't think the city has found a sustainable source for the trust fund yet, but I think that is also maybe a failing of the city, and we need to find a source that's sustainable. I do have a suggestion. It is a very progressive suggestion, but we can get to that later. I feel personally, I know that probably city council might balk at the suggestion, but buying down those other units is more important to me than relying on that money that, you know, we should just find another source for that fund anyway.
As staff, just, my only concern is just the long-termness of this, because these houses aren't gonna go anywhere. And, not having any money in the housing trust fund now, which hopefully in the next 2 years, we'll have $100,000 back. Because, you know, in 4 years, when Shannon and Joe are gone, you know, that they're out of this project, then it will be the city's sole purpose to actually income qualified people that are there. So it would be helpful to have some money in that fund. So I don't think taking one, we're down to 40%, but
What about one at 40 and one at 60?
I have this not for you. I mean, can you explain what you, like,
Yeah.
what are you relying on? As
So-
far as-
Yeah, so when you're actually qualifying people for a 40% AMI house, you have to bring down payment assistance at a greater level, especially because every year these houses will be able to go up cost of living. There will be a little bit of gap there, and for anyone to qualify at 40% AMI, you have to actually help them with certain down payment assistance more than what Michigan can offer. And Once ARPA is gone, we're not gonna have all of these programs. Well, hopefully we will have these programs for a very long time, but the state typically, you know, moves things around. And so by not having any funding in the Housing Affordability Fund to assist with the credit counseling, because if we don't, you know, there's a lot of things that go into qualifying people for a 40% AMI or 50 or 60% or 80% AMI. Because of the deed restrictions that the city will have. And the HOA will have, to leave that pot empty. If somebody sold their house next year, because let's say they bought it, sold it a year later, we would have a really hard time getting all of the steps in place to help somebody making 40% AMI pre-qualify for that mortgage. Or we have these incentives, we have everything right now, but once the development's gone, once the developers are gone and all the money is spent, there isn't that money left to do what we're doing at the front end right now.
I would not support depleting that fund in that scenario. To buy down now, to, you know, following two.
I think buying down one, I think happen if we put 125,000 in there, that gives us money to actually do that, but the cost, I mean, number one, any one of these houses under 80% AMI are going to be income qualified, and the city's gonna have a bunch of paperwork, and anyone who owns one of those homes has to wait an additional, I think Teresa said, and you were at one of those meetings with me, Shannon, kind of. But 2 to 3 month process, I think 120 days is the max to try to get somebody else into income qualified for that property.
You'll also have to administratively remove the deed restriction, approve all the new legal, and place all the new deed restrictions for the buyers, get them income qualified and make up the gap.
So I really don't think we're gonna help our friends.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have our help anymore.
I'm still interested in seeing like, so is it not possible to move one of the 80 to 60?
You all said that you could do that. While you're looking that up, just for some context, we have one, so the housing trust fund is not reliant on this developer fee. we can fund it any which way. The city just chooses not to fund it. At one point, the city chose to fund it with the mental health and public safety village. And that money was then used to buy a building to create sort of affordable housing. So it was just like, whoop, we put some money there, it got used, now it's empty. Now it's like, this $250,000 is not allocated yet from the housing trust fund, it's just something that we can suggest to the committee. But, and I wanted to do that, and I'm sure the committee would be supportive of that, but if it's a matter of funding that trust or getting more, units that are affordable, I think it's worth it, because the city should not rely on stuff like this to fund this housing trust. There has to be other mechanisms for doing it. Other cities have housing trusts, they have a reliable source of income to go into those housing trusts. It's not upon us to find money that the city should be working out. And also, I mean, this is all only dependent on if those 4 people or whoever buys these units sells it. It's gonna be 4 units, and they're gonna stay there at least 15 years, I imagine so. Maybe someone sells, it's possible, but if someone can attain housing at $105,000, they're probably gonna stay there for a while. That's what I imagine. I don't think you're gonna be having massive turnover of these units. That might be like too much speculation, but I don't think this should be the thing that's like, oh no, we gotta protect this money for the housing trust. The housing trust is empty. It's been empty for a long time. It's not, it's just, yeah, you guys have to find the money. That's it.
But was it part of the entire system to set this up for success? I mean, I understand and I hear what you're saying, that the city just needs to find money to put in this, but realistically, we may be selling these units to people who are in younger years of life where they are changing jobs and they may sell in a year. They may need to sell in a year because their job takes them elsewhere. What then? I mean, I totally agree it would be awesome if we can buy down another one, whether it be the 60% or 40%. It would be great to have one of each. If we're able to buy one down and still have money left for this program to be sustainable. I don't think it has to be black or white, one or the other. Is there?
It's a matter of budgeting, and we're still getting the mental health and public safety village, right? We're still drawing on that.
Another year or 2?
Yeah, should some of that money to the housing trust, not the police.
Well, I agree with you, that requires policy changes, right, and budget
It's
changes,
just a
and
budgeting thing. It's just will of council during budget sessions. And, residents should come out and speak to that, say that we should be prioritizing the housing trust. I mean, I agree, I think, I'd rather put $250,000 in the fund and have more units. I don't think this is the strongest negotiating, but, at this point, think we need just to put it on council a little bit to take the responsibility of finding ways for the housing trust. Because they have villages that can be used. And they
I agree with you, but it also sounds like a recipe for disaster. That it sounds like if city council didn't make the right move, we'd end up with nothing again, and then somebody would sell them, what do we do?
And you're on council.
I mean, yeah, I think you take, I don't know if you pay attention, sorry. Last year, council made some decisions that put us in a deficit and we are in a downward trend. I did not support that decision, but there are other things that are part of our current deficit. A lot of it has to do with the pandemic, a lot of it has to do with us not charging for fees and fines. I think that there are some things that are going to be done that will lower the current deficit that we were projected to have, but I don't know where to find money in this year's budget to put money into the housing trust. And I'm trying to get council to remove some of the wacky funding, just so we have money to put into community resources, so. And we're trying to pilot a non-police emergency response, so I just don't think, we don't even have money to do that really. We have like a little bit of money that needs set aside for that, so. I don't know what next year's gonna look like. Council needs to cut some things, that we have a lot of like the Cross Street Bridge is coming up that we have to replace. It's gonna be a lot of money. Yeah. No,
We're not expecting to sell any of these homes in this budget year.
So the city wants to receive any funding in this home, of these homes in this any year. So the city would only receive this funding once the development closes for the sale of the property, which could be September.
the earliest we'll get the money to like replenish what we used for Washington Street will be.
So that's a 13 months. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Let me be very clear, Amber, just because I don't want you to think I'm just trying to throw water on what's going on. I think there's a way to do more with the funding, but also by putting some in there so we can have a bit of a reserve in case something happens.
so can you just walk me through, can you walk me through, like, if one house, 2 years after somebody purchases, wants to sell it, how much money would we need in the housing trust to not,
Right, remember, option, but it depends on that person's debt to income ratio and their credit score and the Michigan criteria. There's a lot of factors, like when we're dealing with all of these and how it gets bought down. If you're a family of 4, that picture is way different than if you're a family of 1. And so all of these are kind of sliding scale. So it's always better to err on the side of caution when you're dealing with one of these programs, which the city has never dealt with before. And the only reason why we're requesting the city handle this process is because there's a fee to have Washington County handle this process. And we're trying to make this as bootstrap as possible. And so I think there's a way to get maybe one unit down to 40% and one, I don't know if there's a way to do 140 and 160. I don't know, Jill.
well, sorry, I don't, just to circle back on the house, I don't think it's possible for council to find ways to where we can cut a ton of things out of our budget, but we're gonna be sacrificing investing in like community programs that we've been talking about for years to get back there. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know where to find more
Well,
money.
the factor is, this gets built in 2023 earliest, right? And then somebody sells 2 years from now, that's 25, 26.
Well, then
It could be different.
$100,000 like a guaranteed. Wow.
I would just, I feel like this conversation is a little hard to have because it would be nice to have actual numbers showing the different scenarios. It's just too conceptual and doesn't actually make a lot of sense to me because, we never should have to, like, if the model depended on us having money in the housing trust, that should have been paid at the beginning. That's not what, I know you had suggested that at some point. I don't think that's a bad idea, but that shouldn't have been something that was reliant upon us as a committee or in the business model, because, yeah, that should have just been pre-sorted out.
Can I explain that a little bit? Because there is a real reason why this happened. So originally, this came in as just a straight up down payment assistance. Okay, so what would have happened is the city would have had a secondary loan we would have taken out, and if you were to sell within a 15 or 30-year period, it would be paid back to the city, and we would have those funds to do that.
Right.
After the first meeting, y'all said, no way, that's not gonna happen. We don't like that at all. And so then the developer came back and tried to reorganize everything, and that's when we did bring up the fact that we would need money in the down payment assistance fund to actually help further the program in the future. So that's how that happened. It wasn't we weren't talking about it. It was more about, we wanted to figure out a way to meet the benefits of this committee. And so I think it ended up coming out with a pretty good plan that actually met everyone's needs, but it does require, either way, it would have been a lot more arduous on the staff's perspective, because one way we're getting money back and having to remove deed restrictions and like that. This way, there's more administration, but it's really more how a lot of the for sale home ownership happens in Ann Arbor We actually have the models to do that, but all of those models cost money, we just figure out how to pay for it. So, I'm sorry, I've got, speaking of moving some water, so I don't.
Do you have like a rough estimate of your, I don't know, like worst case scenario cost wise?
We're hoping that we just have enough. I'll be honest.
What happens if we don't have enough?
But it's only, I just feel like we're not being given enough information on this right now because, the original idea was a 15-year secondary mortgage. Now it's buy down construction costs. So to me, there was no obligation for, this unit, like, I know our committee wants long-term affordability, but we haven't really negotiated that mechanism yet. So is it just like being assumed that if someone sells, that the city is purchasing it? Basically?
No.
It's in the condo docs. It was always to buy down the construction. But remember, originally, we were going to sell them at the market rate, and there was gonna be a second between the market rate and the affordable purchase price. And if someone sold before that 15-year period, the balance, it would be a scale down. So let's say they sold in 5 years, maybe 10,000 of that 15,000 would have to come back to the housing fund. So that's where that revolving money was coming from. Then we completely reworked everything. Now the affordability is in the deed restriction for that unit. So certain units will be deed restricted at 40, 60, and 80. And the resale will be capped as we go forward. So there is no money coming back to the city anymore. I probably just said
For
what
how
Joe,
many years?
forever.
Oh, it's deed restricted at the 40, 60.
It's permanent. Yeah, we've already gotten to permanent.
Okay. I mean, I support that deed restriction.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know. So, you know, one of the policy things that, I just wanted to bring up that we haven't talked about yet, is a progressive income property tax. So basically, landlords of a certain size, you know, have to pay a certain progressive tax rate. And depending on that accumulation, you pay a higher progressive tax rate. This exists in other parts of the country in forms of progressive water taxes for, you know, corporations that use tons of water, they pay a higher tax rate than average residents. And, you know, this could be used to fund the housing trust handsomely. Of course, it would be something very controversial and probably fought by property income workers, of course, or income property owners, but it's just something I at least want to mention.
I agree with you 100%, but it's not something that we can do. You know,
We can absolutely ask council to do it, you know, because tonight we're gonna approve a bunch of policy recommendations to council. I'm not saying that this committee wants to do that, but I just want to at least mention it since we're talking about mechanisms for funding the housing.
do we have the latitude to make a request like that, a kind of broad sweeping tax? I just assume that that would be city council's job, and that kind of seems like overreaching for the CBO. I mean,
We don't set policy, we just make recommendations to city council to they can choose to do it or not.
right,
I'm not saying that the committee wants something like that, but since we're talking about the housing trust so much and talking about mechanisms of funding, like that one is a very clear mechanism for funding a housing trust that would also help the issue of monopolies.
which is a big problem here.
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, though, we do already have something similar to that, as in, if you are living in your residence, you have what, it's homestead tax or homestead exemption, right? So you pay less taxes if you're actually living in your home than you do if it's, you know, not your primary residence. So you're talking, I mean, it would be just a tax beyond that. Which I'm not opposed. but that is already a thing. Now I don't know what happens with those extra property taxes for people who don't get that homestead exemption.
It would be the same thing as a progressive one.
You're talking like a progressive based on like household income
No,
or like income property tax,
the,
right?
the larger the business, the higher the percentage. Yeah, I could have brought, a lot of information today. It was something I was expecting to talk so much about, but it came up. There are other cities that have models like this, for, I know for sure, water and other resources, and housing is considered a resource as well, so I think there's, arguments for that. But I know the controversial thing, but I think for communities like Ypsilanti, they're 70% renter household, primarily monopolistic companies. We need some sort of intervention like that if we don't have rent control. So,
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think most people in Ipsy would agree that there are a couple of names out there that I'm sure everybody would like knock down a peg.
You raise taxes on property owners, the renters will pay those taxes.
Yes, that's true as well. Without a rent cap.
Real property taxes are covered by the General Property Tax Act and the state. That to change that, if that's covered by the amendment to the state constitution, I would need to pass the city code and income. This is, doesn't mean things should be studied further, but that's my historical.
I'll look it up. I think there might have been a bill introduced in the legislature related to this, if I find it. I don't want to derail the process tonight. I just want to mention it since we're talking about sources for the housing structure. It doesn't have to be that. It's just like there are ways, there are mechanisms to make sense of, all the things that are going on. If there's a class of, people or assets that are growing in our city, but our taxes are not growing, then we should evaluate that, so, and there's mechanisms for making sense for chaos. And we don't just have to be like, well, we have to rely on this $250,000 for the rest of the time, because of course that money won't be there probably from 3 years from now. Some council body will spend it. So, I'm saying, let's recommend spending it tonight, in my opinion. But if other committee members are not comfortable with that, then, I understand. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I apologetically disagree. I can't get on board with spending money when we don't have a way of replenishing that fund. And I do agree that we do need a way to replenish that fund, but until it exists, I don't want to run into problems here in the relatively immediate future because city council hasn't found a way to replenish it and we've spent it. That just seems like a recipe for disaster to me. You can't spend money when you don't have a method of making more of it. So.
I know that this does not put the pressure on that I think you're hoping for, but could we put some type of recommendation to have the city find a way to match that money so that we can amplify the impact beyond this project? The 250.
Yeah, so I would invite you all to watch our city council meetings around this.
Well, I'm more thinking like that would be like a longer,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy. We have like projections that's putting us in deficit. And some of that will hopefully be fixed tomorrow night, but there's also like a large item that was prioritized in council goals, which is putting resources behind the police on that emergency response, and that's gonna take a lot of creativity to figure out how we can sustain something like that. And that's like, so far, all the ARPA dollars, all the cannabis revenue sharing dollars have just been put in our general fund to make up the budget shortfalls from just the pandemic. Some of that is police officers that should have never been appropriated for last year, and hopefully tomorrow night that will get rolled back, and it won't have like planned our budget. The budget deficit will be smaller this year, and then it'll be even smaller 2 years from now. So I'm trying to find things to like cut so we have more money, but there are also other things like our bathrooms and this like big idea of our response that will cost a lot of money to start and then get bathrooms up to code and then sustain. So not that I would love there to be more money to put out. I just don't know where to find it yet. Not saying that it's not possible. I think council has a lot of things that we need to decide on tomorrow night. And then next year and the year after that, maybe like next year there'll be more money available for us to set aside. I just don't see it happening this year.
The city had 5 years
I think
to make a house plan.
Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable.
To say like within 5 years, the city is matching this fund.
And then if the mental health milliships like renewed, I think that makes a significant difference. I think just in my head, I'm seeing like the numbers and the deficit and these other things that we like all agreed on during our goals. And unless we don't want to do those things, but like, I guess they're all important.
One factor is, you know, if the development does go through, there's going to be quite a bit of taxes generated. I mean, I guess not all, they're not going to the city immediately, or some portion is going to the city, but eventually there will be a tax capture in 15 years. So that's another thing to factor in. I just wanted to ask, is there any other staff that has input on this issue as far as historical knowledge on the housing trust, or just you know, other ways of other like mechanisms of use to fund trusts? And I'm not sure, I'm not being very clear. I'm saying, is there any other perspectives that we're not hearing? Okay, I just thought it'd be worth asking.
Amber, do you want to go back down to the committee? Because I think you're part of that. The formation of the housing trust.
Yeah, I guess I tried to do that. I tried to do that background, but the housing trust didn't exist before 2019. So it's a new thing too. That's why it's being kind of used as this thing like, oh, it has to, just like, it doesn't even exist. It doesn't have close in it now. So I'm like, if it was being depended on, I wish it would just been explained more to us. I would have been more transparent. Because then it would have factored into maybe some of our negotiations and decision making. I think in the final meeting tonight, I was more expecting to just like basically go over everything agreed on and just like approve it. But the discussion about the housing trust makes it just a little bit more complicated. I suppose, in my mind, it's not very complicated. But yeah.
Suggest something. As a part of this process, I don't think that this committee's mission is not to make the housing trust solvent. What you could do as a part of the request is ask that essentially city council pass an ordinance regarding the housing trust fund and how it is funded. And that might get to a situation that can be funded throughout, you know, each budget year. And then that budget can be allocated and stay within that account until it's needs to be spent on certain projects that would fall under this umbrella. This committee should not worry about making that housing trust solvent. It should focus on what it wants from this developer and the city as part of this.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 8:15.
8:30.
I just could go longer than that.
Oh, I can see. We can always stop early. I'll second.
This is our last meeting, though.
I mean, we can always like finish and move to end when we're done. Like, we can move to extend it to 10 o'clock right now and not have to have these motions every 15 minutes for the next 2 hours. Yeah, their CBO committee went till midnight. That's why they had their pizza party yesterday. Okay, I moved to a second line. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you for that, quick one done. I agree. Our purview is not to make the city solve it. That's way too complicated for this. And I feel like it's being unfairly leveraged in this discussion. Question we asked is how we can get more units to 40%. They gave us an answer before the council can deny that if they don't have to do it. But, you know, I think it would be in the community's best interest and our best interest is recommend that. Yeah, some things we have to figure out tomorrow in the budget session, but that really has nothing to do with this either. Can I ask a question, just kind of going back? So we're looking at $250,000 to get, some of us are worried that if it's depleted, that we would be setting the residents and the city and this potential project up for failure. However, we also want to get more units paid down. So did we decide or get an answer on what it would cost to do one down to 40 and one down to 60? Is that something that we would be able to move forward with? Because then we would be looking at the cottages 3, 5, and 7. It wouldn't be so heavy on the line. Like if we used half, if we used half of the money, would that cover moving 1 to 60 and 1 to 40?
They said moving 2 to 40 costs 250, correct? So that would be all of the fund, and if moving 2 to 40 is 250, I imagine moving 1 to 40 would be 125. So if you're looking at 125, I could get on board with leaving 125, but once again, we don't even know what the cost, worst case scenario is of, somebody selling a home and purchasing it again.
Is there an investment policy on those funds, like are they just held in an account and not invested at all, or are they invested?
Andy's probably best interest, that's not mine. No, so there, and I want to be very clear, I'm not trying to hold any sort of leverage or anything, that's not why I said any of this. It's not, I think that, sorry. So, well,
I guess what's confusing is this was on the list because we put it there. So like prior to that, was that just assumed?
so what I've been taking and the developers been taking is all of our discussions that happened over the last 5 meetings now. Whenever we heard, let's put the money in the housing trust fund, we actually thought about that in a creative way. Whenever the affordability piece came in, I worked with the developer trying to figure out a way to keep that moving. And so we had assumed that that would be the recommendation. Maybe I was very presumptuous in that. But like that is, we tried to figure out where.
I'm assuming that 100,000 was put back in 2 to 3 years from now, at the very least from Washington Street. And then if we do 1 at 41 at 60, that's 225.
I don't know what the 60 costs to buy down. I just knew that the
They
40
had already
was 25.
offered to bring 180% unit down to 60. Plus the 2. Plus the 2. Yeah, I guess I'm not so faithful to the idea that we started a housing trust. I think
what we should try to think about is how to make sure that people who live in these 40% AMI units can stay there and are not, falling into a situation where they can't pay their mortgage. And their taxes. I think that like by creating these 40 units at 40% will almost guarantee that somebody will have stable housing. So, I'm gonna put my hat in for just going for the additional 200% plus the one at. That means more to me than like I should do else on this list.
And I agree that it is very important, but once again, we're spending money that has already been earmarked for something else, right? And it's been earmarked for future sales.
Let me be clear, it wasn't earmarked. No, so it wasn't earmarked. That had been the assumption of how the city would help put new owners into those homes. That is how staff had assumed we would upfront on that.
And so if we don't do that, then how else would we do it?
Upfront from them, I think it's sold.
Upfront. I will say, so answer your next question, I'll go to you. The city always just figures it out.
And that's probably why they're right? I know you said that it's not our responsibility to worry about that, but I mean,
So can I just add something, just wearing like my city council hat? I feel much more comfortable like trying to leverage like the cannabis revenue sharing and other like resources. If I can say we already have these units, these 4 units that are 40% AMI, otherwise I wouldn't feel good about going to my council colleagues and like begging for more money. To be put, like, I don't feel good about that, just like I don't feel good about needing this after that endorsement, like, unless we have more at 40. So for me to feel better, like, regardless, I will do it, because I think it's the right thing to do, but like, it's gonna be really hard for me to convince anyone that we should invest more resources into this unless we have more at 40. So just on like a personal note, like, I at least need to be able to sell what I'm trying to sell, and it's gonna be hard for me if we don't do whatever we can to get more.
yeah, I totally understand. I'm just uncomfortable with a process that doesn't have future funding, that requires future funding.
Right, I want to hearing the part where Annie's saying, you know, we're gonna eventually be getting money back to the Washington Street stuff, and also the mental health folks.
Yeah, no, I do get that.
There's future funds. Yeah. So we don't have to, we're not city councilors, we don't have to do their job.
We can just put this in the software, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we can.
Why don't we check back in with Anna and Jill, like, is it still, I know you said you could do it, but I think it might be nice to move towards a vote soon. And so to get this, all sorted out, we just not want to go to the final figures.
I mean, it would be really helpful for me if I actually understood even somewhat of a ballpark what it would cost when somebody moves. Like, is $100,000 a lot? Is that gonna cover multiple moves, or is that, you know, one? Am I being unreasonable in my request? I legitimately don't know.
I feel like they're still kind of cool, so.
I would be more interested in making sure we have a mechanism to help people stay in these homes than like banking on the fact they might have to move and we would have to figure out a way for somebody else to buy that property. Like, so I guess if we're gonna spend time, can we think about how we can use resources to keep people in their homes in case worst case scenarios happen? I mean, I feel like at 40% EMI, it's hard for me. I think the best way for people to stay like whole is if they have housing they can afford, because they can go to work, they can make arrangements if they have children or not, and that's how they stay whole. It's housing affordability. So I guess if we're banking on this people failing, which I don't think we should be, because it's actually really affordable. I just kind of figure out why we're just assuming the worst.
Oh, I'm not talking about people failing, I'm talking about people moving. I've moved you know, a lot in my life, and sometimes it's because I, you know, had to get a new job or something similar, and, you know, sometimes people just have to move. Maybe they get married and, you know, their spouse has a house, so they sell and move to another house.
Yeah, those are definitely like scenarios that can happen, but like knowing people that I know in Ypsilanti right now that are struggling to afford housing, they need something that they can afford that is stable. I guess I just have a hard time believing that like immediately we're gonna have to like figure out this problem, especially because it wasn't ever part of the plan until it just became part of the plan.
Like I said, that was probably staff's assumption based on the conversations, and please, hey, how are you doing over there, Joe?
So this is a really sensitive spreadsheet and all these changes are kind of, I just want to, I'm reluctant to throw out yeses and nos because I'm $12,000 off and I can't figure out where. So right now I threw in 125 first, so we're paying 125 for the property instead of 250. And I put that in as a construction subsidy. The numbers are 340, 460, and 880s. That's what I have. 340s, 460s, and 880s.
That's what the 40 and 60 1, 3, 3, and 4.
You lost it, in that process. Oh, the 80s.
Yeah, I had to move the 80 down.
Oh, okay, got it.
So it really is 180 down to 40. So you got 140. But it's the word, it's the whole thing, you have 4 at 40.
Well, it's like moving 160, it's moving a 60
Yeah.
to 40,
Yeah.
80 to 60.
Yes, well, first you would say the 250 was the cost for the 240.
And it was for moving a 60 to a 40. It tracks with what you said.
I could get on board with that. At least it leaves us with something.
So that's gonna be 4 at 40, 3 at 60, 8 at 80.
No. 3 at 40, 4 at 60, 8 at 80.
Yeah, so that's,
That's what he
but if you're trying to get paid 4 at 40.
Correct, she said that cost was 250.
Sure.
So we were talking about 125 in the housing trust. And then having 3 at 40 instead of 4.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I'm still interested in like, I get that it's annoying to keep going in circles, but there will be $100,000 in that housing trust soon. So I guess I don't understand why we would sell ourselves short here.
Any other input? I know there's been kind of just a few people.
Once again, it's just really hard when you don't know the cost. I know I said it before, of what an actual sale is gonna be.
I do have confidence that the city figures it out. That's just.
Well, also, sorry.
Yeah.
I have confidence as well, but she's already said that the city is at a deficit, and you can't just keep spending money when
That's a reason that's
still a deficit. I mean,
it. Might be figured out tomorrow.
And we do have 100 coming in, and I do hear Annie, when you say that you need something to go to these investors, you need something.
I mean,
to
just to
work
ask city council to use social equity money for this, like, I feel like I need a reason to like say we should put more into this from our, like, we'd be taking money away from like community projects, like reentry housing and things that we've been working on for the last 2 years to put into this, so I guess like on a personal level, like I would just need to feel good about that. And I guess I don't unless we have like 4, because it doesn't make sense to me why we're selling ourselves short, especially because this wasn't always part of the plan and
there will be money there, no matter what, there will be $100,000 there. Even if council doesn't resolve this issue, the council hopefully tomorrow will make some decisions that close that gap a little bit, but there's also, there's bigger pictures of things that the community wants too. So I think that like, there's also a lot of things that artificially inflate the deficit. But I think the significant thing right now is a decision that was made last year that will hopefully be reversed tomorrow night, that will fix some of the downward trends that we're gonna see over the next few years, but I guess I'm more comfortable with just the $100,000 being replenished once the Washington site is done.
And that sits in there. and-
Yeah, because it's on, it was in the resolution that council approved, it would go back.
Maybe we can, as mentioned in one of the earlier meetings, using this tool called Fistify just to gauge where people are at, because it seems like we're kind of talking maybe a little bit in circles. So the way that it works is, it's not an official formal vote, but we're just giving a general feeling where we're at. If you're very supportive of the idea, you give 5. If you're pretty supportive, 4. If you're like, generally supportive, but not extremely enthusiastic, 3. If you're, on the less enthusiastic side, 2, is very not happy with it, 1, or 1. And yeah, it's just to gauge where we're at and see if we can move to voting on some things. So I'll start with the proposal for, I don't know which one we should start with. I guess the 4 units at 40%. So please give a general number of how supportive you are of that motion.
Probably the higher number is more supportive.
Yes. Okay. Okay, and then now, the 3 at 40%. I mean, based on that, it seems like there is a slight edge to more support for the higher amount of 40% units. So are we ready to move forward with votes, or is there more discussion?
We haven't decided on the 60 or the 80 yet. The numbers are actually worded together.
I think that was like the whole proposal, when we were talking about that, the whole proposal of the four units at 40%, which then means also,
4 units at 43 at 68 at 80. And then on the duplex side, 4 at 64 at 80.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we lost the 60.
I mean,
That we lost.
thought we were moving.
No, we're just moving to the 80s down to 40, correct?
No, it's moving 160 and 180, right? No, not. I think it was,
So I guess earlier when we were talking, there was one scenario where we got 140, 1 additional 60, not lose 160.
oh. Yeah, we were talking about the 145.
4 at 40, 4 at 60, and 7 at 80.
I think one of the things that's really important to me in this is that whatever we do will actually result in something getting built. So I guess, like, I wanna just make sure we're just continuing to check in with the developers that we're getting this right as we make our recommendation at this point.
Right, what I wish happened at the planning commission the other night.
No, that's a good, I support that, and that, if we're trying to vote on something, is it realistic to say 250 would buy us 4 at 40? If we took 2 from the 80 and went down, so it would then
So, I don't know, that's kind of what we were looking at earlier, and that was a possibility earlier.
I guess my concern is if this is our last meeting and they go after their liquors and find out that somehow makes it no longer possible, do we have a contingency plan? And how do we manage that? That's a lot.
I think the council is the contingency plan. They're going, no matter what we do, they will actually have to approve. Well, actually, it's the developer and the council will actually have to agree on that. So we were making recommendations, so we should make our best recommendation. We won't get another chance.
And would 4 units of 40% make this deal unfeasible?
Removing the payment for acquisition.
Yes.
Financially, it works, because basically I'm just moving the money in the TIF loan from acquisition to construction subsidy. I don't think that's sustainable.
Do you think the lenders will allow it?
It's not gonna push out the TIF. It's not going to change how the money really behaves in the project. So I don't think that'll be the issue. I worried while you guys were talking, one of the things I was doing was checking to see if there was a change on the TIF side, because you are reducing the taxable value for the project. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure you're following along. Yeah, and it's nominal, the impact on the back end, moving these down, because it's only a 20 grand, taxable value difference. So that concern is alleviated. I think it definitely would work. I just don't suggest, in my years of working in this field, I don't suggest it, but it works
Can we,
at this point.
can we request that the city find a way to budget for $50,000 a year for the next 5 years to replenish what we are? I think that's what the clerk fund has suggested, to recommend, having a source for the housing trust. So in that case, I would amend, if that's part of the package, say that we are asking the city to come up with $50,000 a year for the next 5 years to go into the housing trust, then I would amend my number for the 4 unit, 5, from a 2.
And it is foregoing the entire purchase price of the property.
Yeah.
But that should be the motion because.
Yeah, so I'm not making a motion.
Okay.
But I'm amending my 2 to a 5 for the 4 units at 40. With the knowledge that we would then also be asking the city make a plan for $50,000 a year for 5 years. And also, foregoing that. How does this play into the letter? No guarantee that. I said it's not.
Yeah, so as long as the changes we make here don't push out the TIF loan, which is at 15 years, or push out construction loan, that's where, if I'm hearing Jill correctly, that is where there could be an issue. And because that doesn't push out the TIF loan, that doesn't push out the construction loan, there's gonna be issues on the implementation side, but once again, that's for I gotta figure out.
Yeah, it's the same numbers, because you're moving it from acquisition to a hard cost source, so.
You all, I know you said you had reservations about feeling how it would be sustainable. Does it feel better to you knowing that we would include this provision of replenishing those funds at $50,000 a year?
Yeah, and we had really focused on this money, which is of course the city's decision, but in our experience, it's more than just the next buyer. You want to have a resource ready for these homeowners in the event they face hardship. You want somebody who can do credit repair. You want financial sustainability training. You want resources available to these homeowners before they get in trouble, not when they get in trouble and they're about to lose their house. So we were thinking about just having that money ready from a sustainability standpoint. So yes, it does make me feel better that you guys are thinking about that, because anything can go wrong, right? And this is on the lower end of the income spectrum, so it's where we see the most foreclosures, and we don't want this to be an unsuccessful project.
As a developer, how much money would you recommend keeping in that fund?
At least 200. Yeah, just running in there. I mean, think of corporate relocation, think of divorce. There's just, life happens and you can't gauge. But there may be ongoing conversations with the city and county. County has some experience running similar type of programs. We've been involved in that dialogue about seeding that.
Amber, you said you were involved with the insurance fund, is the way that the fund is set up such that it could be spent on those types of projects, and is it restricted to being spent on other things that we may not want to spend on?
There's really no parameters on what the extent of the housing trust. There's no policy in place stating how.
So the first time council allocated money from that was for the Washington project. The second time council allocated money from that was for a city fund for barrier busters, because share the pandemic. So that will people stay in their homes. It's not, that's the two uses that we've used it for so far, but the 100,000 from barrier busters, or not barrier busters, sorry, that's the money from Washington Street is supposed to go back once the property is developed.
And, when we were discussing putting the $200,000 in there, I was gonna hope that we were gonna do with stipulations, since we don't have any, rules. It's a free for all. That's my other question, is it earmarked then specifically, like, if we put the stipulation of fund 50,000 a year for the 5 years, are we earmarking it specifically for this project?
Yeah, I drafted a motion that would be just that.
Okay. And then, I mean, I actually would go further and say, I would love to see the city. I don't know that we need to do this today, but I really don't be pushing the city to find a way to continue to fund that beyond this project. So it's bigger than just this one. Andrew, can you read the draft?
Move to apply the stated 40, 60, 80% ratios, and that the city will waive the purchase price and budget 50,000 each fiscal year for 5 years to the housing trust fund, earmarked specific to this development.
We amended to have the actual number of units in there.
That will be included, I'll just read off what I have. So it would be cottages, 4 at 40%, 4 at 60%, 7 at 80%. Duplex, 4 at 60%, 4 at 80%. Correct?
Yes. I think I have done that.
Could you read that back just to make sure that I've got that, please?
Sure. Move to apply the stated 40, 60, 80% ratios. Or do you want the motion or do you want the numbers?
Just the numbers.
Numbers I have for cottages, 4 at 40, 4 at 60, 7 at 80.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Duplex, 4 at 60, 4 at 80.
Again. It's been moved and seconded, Clerk Helen, would you please call the roll?
Amber Fellows,
Yes.
Robert Johnson, or Grant Tony, no. Amy Somerville,
Yes.
Jack Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark. Yes. 6 yes and 1 no, and 2 absent, the motion carries.
Thank you all for weathering all of that.
I mean, everyone.
Can I ask Grant? the reason?
I've explained myself multiple times, I'm not comfortable spending money
Got it.
that we don't have a definitive plan to replenish. I don't feel like I should have to explain myself.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just
Um,
was curious in case I informed any others tonight, but.
I mean, she recommended keeping a minimum of $200,000 in the fund. We don't know how much a sale is going to cost. We don't know what the home buyers are going to need out of it. And, we can request that they move $50,000 a year into that fund, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. So it's very concerning leaving that pot completely empty, without an actual definitive plan to fund it properly, and, we are relying on that fund now, unfortunately, so it, yeah, I'm not comfortable with it, but that's why this is a vote. We're allowed to have different opinions.
Okay, thank you. I didn't put you on the spot.
No, you're good.
Hey, time is 8:19. Would the committee like a 5-minute break? Okay, do I need to do a voice vote for that?
You just call it recess as chair.
Okay, we're gonna call a recess for 5 minutes. Settled in. Okay, so we are now back in session. So we're in the section now where we're actually making some decisions. I'm hopeful that most of the rest of the stuff we've kind of already discussed. So let's see how it goes, but we have covered the TIF use and the number of and ratio of affordable units. And the other items that we talked about is having this be 100% PRE, including the market rate side. So I know that the last committee just made a resolution for each benefit. I'm not sure if we want to do the same thing.
Can we slate together the ones that we think are non-controversial?
I don't know if there's advice from this from staff. We can just roll it together.
Yeah, like to take every non-controversial one, vote on it as a slate.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we also have the long-term affordability piece taken care of based on what is being talked about, like in the deed. Is that correct? Maybe we want to just like name it as a benefit that's been negotiated as well.
I think it's important to name all the benefits that we negotiated so that we can, as a city, when we're looking at how we justified the benefits we're giving to the developer, that it's all laid out on paper, that the developer has clearly done a lot for that, so that we're never having that question of like, in the future, when someone else is like, why did they let that go for X? Now negotiating all this, because they have done a lot.
So with that, maybe we can roll together the long-term affordability of the ratios of EMI that are in the deed, as well as the 100% PRE. I don't know if anyone is clever with coming up with language. I know, Andrew, you have a lot of experience with that, so maybe you'll help us a little bit.
Sorry, 100% PRE, the ratio of affordable units, and what else do we want to provide?
We already got the ratio of units in that last resolution.
So long-term affordability.
So it's just that first one would just be 100% PRE development. And long-term affordability, city right of first refusal triggered for 2020 North Park property sales.
Sorry, that's actually different now, because like, they, from what I can tell, it sounds like the AMI ratios are gonna be in the deed forever. So that wasn't my original understanding of this, but is that correct?
Yes, I mean, yes, yes.
So you could just say that the motion be that the development will have 100% principal residence exempt, it will be 100% principal residence exemption development, and that affordability will be deed restricted.
Actually, both are deed restricted, so maybe
Both are deed restricted.
there's a deed restriction of 100% PRE and
Long-term affordability.
long-term affordability in the AMI ratio.
What was that second part of the long-term affordability? Long-term affordability.
So it's like it's rolled together, they're both deed restrictions.
Yeah.
And there's the 100% PRE deed restriction, the other one is the affordable units based on AMI. We probably should name that, also that it's 50%, 50% of the development will be affordable, based on AMI.
The affordable units, but it's already structured as 50%, right? Not enough. You could include that, we can.
I think it's just naming it in the resolution, because that is, yeah.
So move to require deed restrictions for 100% principal residence exemption and the affordable units, comma, 50% of development based on, comma, based on AMI.
The city attorney, do you have any suggestions, is that, or that language, is that intelligible?
Well, I do have a couple thoughts, questions. What's the remedy if someone buys a unit that's supposed to be 100% PRE and then is forced to move but doesn't sell it right away? Then the homeowner association has to take action against the resident.
They sell it, they don't.
Well, if they buy it and then move, if they move and take principal residence somewhere else and then here, they let a friend or someone else or rent it, and we anticipate the homeowners, so that would have to be part of what would be handled in like in the master deed and or the bylaws, and what the remedy for that would be.
Carl, East Lansing does this frequently.
Sorry.
East Lansing does this frequently.
Okay.
And the city monitors who can and cannot get a rental certificate. So I think that's the easiest way to remedy that, because it's not on the developer, obviously, it's on the city. And we also have properties in the city that we put PRE on for the property disposition program. So we already have a mechanism for that as well.
And the other thought is that I just have to look for authority on the following, because whether if we say that if we deed restricted something based on income, how close of that is that to their housing?
That's not their housing issue. It's allowable for HUD and the county. There's counseling agencies that would have to approve and vet all the buyers and certify them through an administrative process. It's fairly common, as Jill said, and HUD regulated funding.
Well, as long as we have authority on those.
That area,
Yeah.
sure, yes.
All right, sorry.
Oh, thank you. It's helpful. So, we can hear it one more time, and then if someone wants to entertain a motion.
Move to require, move to require deed restrictions for 100% PRE and the affordable units, 50% of the development, based on AMI.
You want to entertain a motion or amend the language?
Repeat that one more time. I apologize.
The motion would be moved to require deed restrictions for 100% PRE and the affordable units, which would be 50% of the development based on AMI.
But I moved to, don't we make the motion?
Just to say-
Just say-
so-
I have one question about it though, like the based on AMI feels vague, can we like reference back to the already AMI as determined by our motion?
But we didn't put that in there because we put in the motion previous, the AMI on the calculation. So we already have the AMI.
Right, okay, I just didn't want it to be like just based on vague AMI, whatever that means. Like, you mean that, I just meant like, can we say based on the AMI already
Already established.
established? Yeah.
Just to give you all kind of, I think I've explained it before, but once this happens, then Carl and I draft an agreement with Shannon and Jill. And then that agreement will go to council for a public hearing.
So you'll still pretty all this up, is what you're saying?
Yes, and Carl and I are here the main reason we're here is to make sure that we're understanding what you want. And we had some issues with the other developer, not bad issues, but there's a little bit of language there that he didn't hear, and we did, and we're like, well, this is the will of the committee. Not our will, the will of the owl.
I mean, that's good to be thorough, but also, yeah, they're gonna put it into legal language in the contract.
Okay, I won't.
Just confirming this will go for the council.
No,
I was like, that's a fast turnaround.
but Clark's actually on the agenda for tomorrow, but
Right, sorry, I thought you were just asking. Somebody like was tomorrow night.
yeah.
I'm not ready for that.
Dang, you know, I'm fast.
I think it took about a month before the courts,
This won't take as long just because
like 2 weeks.
we've already done one. No,
I got notice today on 7.
that is for the PUD. Not this. There could be a public hearing for this.
Someone want it?
Support.
Andrew, can you please call the roll?
Amber Fellows,
Support.
Roderick Johnson, support. Grant Tillman, support. Annie Somerville,
Support.
Jeff Eastridge,
Support.
Amanda Smith,
Support.
Jack Clark,
Support.
with 7 yes, the motion carries.
Okay, the other big item we were talking about was that prioritization window for residents and first-time homebuyers. So this one, maybe someone has a better idea of how to propose a motion
do we have the number of days? Have we agreed on that part? We agreed for like 30, 60, 90, 180, 5 years.
Could we say like no less than a certain amount of days?
The only thing I'd recommend based on the other contract is based on the housing law and to make sure that we don't violate that. So if there's that clause in there, that's what we did with the other agreement. Because then they had a prioritized, what was it, Carl?
I think it was the market was prioritized. But
Yeah.
there was no, I don't believe there was a stipulation that they had to accept locals first, but they would make an attempt to prioritize local market.
Right, well, for this one, we would like the residents and first-time home buyers to have a prioritization window, putting in offers on the property. Not limited to just the, like, the, one half, like the whole site.
Is this strictly in reference to the first sale, or is this for prior sales, like if a homeowner wants to sell it as well?
No, first sale, and just the affordable unit.
I know we talked about those.
I thought it was, well, I think it was the whole site.
My understanding is full site.
Full site, a window for OC residents.
I thought it was forever.
I don't know how that would work, because when people are selling their, you're saying that if someone resells their house, we would restrict,
That was not my
that
intention.
they would have to.
Yeah, we talked about that at one point, but I don't think there's any legal way to do that, and I don't really agree with it anyways, but.
My intention was that the first time, like, there's such a window to have the ability to offer it.
Before the 40, 60, 85 was entered into the deed restriction, I was thinking that the housing trust fund could be used in a city right of first refusal situation where anyone that wanted to sell their property would, the first person that, or the first entity to have a first opportunity to the city. And then use the housing trust fund to buy the property and then keep it affordable for the next buyer. It's not really maybe the same situation anymore because it's deed restricted, so it's gonna stay affordable. So I don't think we have to worry about future, restrictions on that.
It would be maybe challenging, but we could try to restrict the affordable units to Dixie residents, we could try to restrict that first right of refusal though.
Can you say that again?
Sorry, I'm not making, I guess the thought is for the half of the site that is like the 40, 60, or 80, we could restrict that first right of refusal. It'll remain affordable, but Ipsy residents would have first right of refusal, could have first right of refusal on it. Not the full site. Initially, the full site though would be open to current residents, first-time home buyers. But then the other pieces, if like 10, 15 years down the road, they sell, it would go, I guess, first right of refusal would still be for Dixie renters 15 years from now or whatever.
Like I said, I think that the biggest concern with the developer, please chime in, is that fair housing, Washington Fair Housing Authority has already indicated that we would have to go through a study to ensure there would be any segregative effects. And so we want to do that prior to requiring this, because that is their recommendation.
I think we would add that we would prefer or need a legal opinion issued on that and some type of hold harmless.
Legally, I'm sorry. Did you have what the Clark Road folks did, like the actual language?
Yeah,
For that.
Carl just gave it to me right here, which says the owner shall cause its property manager to engage in target marketing plan to city residents, provided that such a plan at all times comply with and be subject to the requirements of the Fair Housing Act, sections 42 and 142D, and of the International Internal Revenue Code and any lender of the project.
For a motion, we just have to add that as a provision of motion. just said.
It's slightly different from what we've been discussing.
Well, I'm just saying that just, we would have to add that it has to be vetted legally. And if it failed that, then it would not be a part of the agreement.
They just add if legally applicable to it.
My thoughts are 30 days myself, but in terms of that.
What I've seen for first refusal type things is 4 months. But
I think housing market moves a little quicker than that. That's my concern there.
I guess I'm more concerned with how long does it actually take for somebody to get everything in order? I think that was our big concern for wanting to do this window, was also to make sure that if somebody was needed some credit repair, like credit repair doesn't happen that quickly.
no, I mean, that was another part is like, you know, personally, I'm committed to, if this goes through, like the day after, start lobbying the city, but also just in the community, making our own education pieces for our friends and neighbors, so that.
So beyond the credit repair piece, which that I think fits into what you're talking about, I think the part that I'm curious about then is how long does it take for someone to get into the process of, like, it's extra paperwork, it's extra, like there's classes required, other things, does that extend the process for those people? Are we excluding folks if we don't have this window? So what would it, yes, what would help that? Maybe we've already addressed this. Joe's looking at me like, come on, Amanda.
I think Shannon actually addressed it pretty well a couple meetings ago about how an event would look.
So overall, our goal is to get together multiple lenders, get the MSHDA, we have some homeowner counseling agencies that we're speaking to. The lenders specifically would be CRA, which means that, you know, they're more adept at working with entry level and AMI restricted buyers. We would bring credit repair folks, and we would put together full application packages. That package would walk through some of the programming details, how they're buying their home, how they would become approved. This would walk them through the approval process so we can spot approve their AMI. We could look at longer term units that will be delivered on the back end for folks that would need to go into credit repair, pay off debt, and get repositioned. You know, but overall, you know, we would also work with the city. We would have this at generally some type of grassroots location, whether it's the library or a local church or somewhere where we're targeting specifically local demographics that we're looking at. You know, so overall, we would want to have multiple sessions that we could invite members of the communities and the local businesses to come in and fill out these applications and sit down hand in hand with people that can process them. We would likely take that and look at our pipeline of folks. How many people do we have in the pipeline? How many of those people could be potentially market rate? How many of these folks are we looking at to satisfy the conditions of the area median income? And hopefully align them with the type of services to get them in the position to purchase. And I don't think that we would limit whether those be the units that are delivered first or folks that may need a little bit more hand-holding into getting into a position for something that's going to be built a year out. We can do that on a first come, first served basis. So, you know, someone that would take a year, for instance, could move into a purchase agreement and be limited while we wait for them to go through credit repair and become homeowner ready.
Oh, like a year out?
I mean, we're not limited right now, so we certainly could align folks with some of the units that are coming in on the back end if needed. We'll have some limitations, just so everyone knows, our financing mechanisms. We have 4 different financing pieces that come in, and some of the financing is
targeted towards, say, the affordable. We have another piece of financing that's targeted to the market rate. So that impacts the delivery of construction. So these are just, there's a lot of moving pieces here when we look at delivery of units and how we align the home buyers with that. So just know those are all pieces we're going to have to coordinate.
Go ahead. Just for timeline, so the city council approves the site plan, approves the CBO, and the project, like, I guess, begins. What's the window from that time to when people would need to be in a position to go through the paperwork process? I'm just trying to figure out how long.
I think we'd want to start the paperwork process based on what you're saying early.
Like, what's early, like 6 months from the day council approves something, or?
No, it was like 3 months.
Okay.
So within 90 days, as we're breaking ground and delivering units, starting processing of folks, where we're still another 4 months out before the first product is built. That gives them a long window to go through the process. They'll understand where the delivery times are scheduled. And we have a 2-year completion from breaking ground right now. A little bit shorter than 24 months. So as we deliver units, we'll be able to process and put people in alignment with where they need to be to get through the approval process.
So for the, I guess for the issue of the prioritization window, I guess it seems like it just needs to start immediately, and then there's not an end until the.
They're not gonna accept offers immediately, they're, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I guess like in my heart is thinking of like, we've talked a lot about other ways to like buy down the cost or get assistance, like I'm thinking of like people with prior cannabis convictions, like how, like, what's the window of trying to leverage and like do some matching with the reentry fund and our, like, that's gonna have to happen quick.
4 months ago. But,
Okay.
no, but
I'm
that's
just
a
curious,
joke.
because
That's
I
a
mean,
joke, but
at this point, I'm like, what does the prioritization window look like? It looks like it might be 2 years long.
We'll be complete and wrapped up in just under 2 years. So that helps.
First house would be for sale probably four months from breaking ground.
I mean, I think overall, we're looking at about 90 days. Once we get through site condo and we're breaking ground and getting through closing, which could be as early as this fall, starting that processing,
So,
which is
yeah.
the application process.
Okay, no, that makes sense to me. So I guess like, it just seems like it just needs to be open for what, I guess, sorry, not open. We want the priority to be residents who are renters, first-time home buyers. So can somebody, I'm just trying to figure out how this is gonna work and do what we want it to do.
All of these could be sold in the first month,
Sure.
realistically. So to have a window that's open for a year or 6 months or even 4 months, realistically, it's gonna, a 30-day window, as long as it's legal, is probably a really attainable goal, because you're not gonna have to come up with your credit counseling or anything like that. Some of these units you're able to work through that over the year. There will be, as Shannon said, a deposit. It could be anywhere from $200 to $1,000 that anyone buying a home's gonna have to come up with. That is non-refundable.
No, it would be refundable.
Refundable deposit. So if you don't qualify after going through everything, you would get your money back, but at least you put in enough money to actually start the process. I'm just going off what you said.
So it's my understanding then, you will be accepting offers from people that initially do not qualify.
We'll start with deposits. So they'll have a program guideline, they'll have an application, they'll be able to reserve a unit as we get them qualified. We likely would want to target market, the set aside, which is pulling the rules of local residents and whatever local businesses. So we're doing one-on-one direct marketing, having an open house, having everyone attend, doing some initial vetting of application for AMI, which the home counselors will do with the sales team. And if we reach that and at least think that they can meet the initiatives, we would be able to do a deposit pending purchase agreement as we work with the lenders on issuing at least a pre-qualification. And we're gonna have to try and do that on a first come, first served basis based on the events that we hold locally.
There could be people that you would deny though based on.
There, number one, AMI qualification is, there may be folks, unfortunately, that just are never, their debt is just too high for it to ever work. They have a 300 or 400 credit score and it would take multiple years. So we'll have some initial parameters that meet the first baseline of qualifications.
Understood.
There's an extensive list of documentation that in order to get AMI qualifications. So, a big component of that is that they provide and get all the documentation in at least to certify income.
Question. I imagine people will be able to have their own mortgage if they want. They wouldn't have to use the kind of products you're putting together.
We legally cannot make anyone choose. They can come with any of their own lenders. Obviously, with all the tools that we're bringing, those lenders would have to feel comfortable with subordinating to programs. And then obviously, there's additional lenders that may bring down payment assistance and other sources like Mishta that could buy their mortgage down even further. That will always be the choice of the purchaser.
I was gonna make a, that's what I was gonna do. Make a motion to 17 till 10 o'clock.
Support. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Well, all of that sounds good. I'm thinking it's just, and it sounds like there's some acceptance around having a prioritization window. So it's a matter of how long.
I would like it to be maybe like 60 days. Is that reasonable to the developer?
When would the first offers be coming in? Like from today?
We already have people who have emailed us.
Cool. Wow.
Yeah, after the planning meeting, I had people email our city council, like a current renter.
So is 60 days reasonable window?
For priority, once again, as long as we get a legal opinion, which we have been unable to get ever, if we can get a legal opinion, we are okay with that.
Imagine this scenario. We have two home buyers come to us. One is a city resident, city employee who is at 40% AMI. The other is an Ann Arbor resident who is also at 40% AMI. We decline the Ann Arbor resident, but accept the Ipsy resident. The Ipsy resident is white. The Ann Arbor resident is African American. We are sued instantly.
We did have Pam Kish on, and he did, make it pretty clear that based on our demographics, we wouldn't have the issue, wouldn't be a fair housing issue. And she did recommend a demographer to just give a statement. So is there just a statement that exists saying, with the demographics of the city, this is not a fair housing issue. So, and it didn't seem like a huge burden. She's like, here's a recommended demographer, here's a recommended lawyer. If you want to do that, just to be extra secure, but there shouldn't be any issue based on the city of Ypsilanti and its demographics. Like, I understand the scenario you brought up, but it has to be within context.
I just want to add, for legal counsel, I'm aware of multiple cities being sued right now under similar situations. So once again, we don't have an issue. I think that this should be a priority, like we respect it, but
The city would be sued, not you.
no,
No,
I'm licensed. I'm a licensed broker. Like, so I even think with a legal opinion, we're held liable. I just want to throw that out there.
I think having the subject of the Fair Housing Act and really getting the proper study that Pam had recommended, and a legal opinion from our attorney.
Well, I guess the point that Amber brought up a few meetings ago, like still comes top of mind, that we see these types of programs in reverse, where you try to get people to come and move into a city and purchase and have first dibs. So I guess I don't really see the argument.
Because people who live here will qualify for those programs as well as people who don't.
Yeah, that would just be a matter of marketing, right? Directed marketing. And they did say that we could do directed marketing. Like they were talking about posting up outside of, local congregations, churches, whatever, what have you. And yeah, it doesn't sound legal to me.
Okay, what Annie's referencing, so in the enterprise zone, this is the actual language. New owner occupied structures that will hold a homestead exemption will receive the highest consideration and will be eligible for the full 15-year NEZ certificate. Just meaning it prioritizes a certain group. So, and I did hear the city attorney saying that wouldn't be an issue. So maybe that's what people are comfortable with. That's what we can forward, is just prioritization, not a restriction, but I'm not sure how you feel about that, Annie.
What Washtenaw County has always said to me is prioritization by restriction bad.
Right, so there would be a window, a 60-day window of prioritization to city residents.
That's a restriction.
Yes.
Right, Carl?
No.
That doesn't make sense to me. Because we've been talking about this for like the last 4 sessions. How else do you prioritize something?
So I believe in what we had in other committees was targeted marketing to avoid as much, to try to avoid as much risk as possible. And what we're talking about is really a relative amount of risk. We know based on cases, some things that will absolutely be held or be attacked and be sustained. In the Chickasaw case, there was a city restriction that could only be rented by city people. And then that was overlaid by years of time where no African Americans had ever done that. So even though in that case, it was found that the restriction was set up with no discriminatory intent, because it had, because in practice, just of market forces, which we're not controlling, it may become discriminatory. That then we have it where we have absolutely, violated the law, and the city be sued and the developer be sued. So we were comfortable with the marketing preference. Anything else, we're just kind of talking about a continuum of risk. And based on facts and circumstances that we may not be able to control, we may stumble into something that creates that risk. I know that doesn't, I don't think that absolutely answers the question, but that's kind of my analysis, of the situation. The less mandates, which I know that what the committee wants, is mandates to prioritize, the people in the city, but the less mandates on that, the safer I think we would be. And I mean by mandates being, absolute, restrictions. Certain things such as the promotion, we're not having any mandates, but we're just trying to get the people that we want the most information so that they can be most prepared to act and move on it. But in no way can somebody point to a mandate that we created that has ended up becoming somehow discriminatory, whether we can anticipate it or not.
Sure. Well, I would just say there's been a lot of worst case scenario type arguments being leveraged from folks here. And so if I'm going to leverage a worst case scenario, we just spent a lot of time arguing for the most amount of affordable units possible with, considerable difficulty, and Now all the units go to people that don't live in Ypsilanti. So I think I feel very comfortable using something that we already have on the books. Highest consideration. Already there. And I have heard from both you and Joe that that was okay legally.
Highest consideration.
Yeah, it's in the MED.
So the language you speak about, IZ, is actually a new home being constructed.
Yeah.
So it's not a new person, it's a new home. The new home being constructed will get the highest
Yeah,
consideration.
but that's not, so someone that already lives in the neighborhood, lives in the NEZ zone.
Yeah.
If they do some new improvements in their home, that is not the highest consideration. If they, okay, maybe it's the same person, they build a second home, but more likely it's gonna be someone outside of the NEZ zone coming in and building a new house. It does not prioritize people that already live there, most likely. So it's the same thing.
50% of people who build homes, one of the two lived in the neighborhood, but that's,
So I guess what's confusing about this is that pretty much every meeting, we've talked about having a window of time for AC renters. And now it feels like
the only,
I'm just,
the only concern that the developers have is just to get a legal opinion and to actually have the study done to make sure that we are covering our bases. I think that's what they.
We have no issue. I have just never yet had a legal opinion, and I'm aware of active ongoing lawsuits right now of similar circumstances, one in the city of Detroit. It's experience. If we could do it, we certainly would. But fair housing is a very sensitive situation right now.
I think there's a lot we can do. There is. Make sure that we do a lot of these things, but I think in getting the opinion and the demographic study that fair housing recommended is a simple, easy fix on that.
so we can do that. Which is good.
So the motion I have is move to require prioritized sale to Ypsilanti renters / first time home buyers for initial sale of the units for 60 days if legally allowable.
Do you want to add, doing the study into there?
I would say that legally allowable would then be part of it.
Okay. Then, yeah,
If we got an opinion written from somebody, that also helps.
It would help, but I also think taking fair housing and they're depending on how much it costs, we can figure out a way to even maybe potentially get funding for that study to be done.
Right.
Because, and you just echo what Sharon said, we all want that portion to happen. We don't want a lawsuit to stall anything when we could actually get all of what we want through completely legal means.
how long is the study gonna take?
I have no idea, I've never seen one done.
Doesn't it seem difficult
It didn't
based
seem
on
difficult.
census?
My bigger concern is we did lose 8% of our, we did lose 8% of our Black population over the last 10 years, so the demographics are getting less than this.
Wait, what's the percentage you said?
I believe it was 8.
Yeah, well, what was arguing us about, like, no, people are just moving to Ward 2. That's falling away.
Also, like, the chances of this, what we're trying to do, being like segregatory is probably like very minimal based on like the amount of decrease that you just referenced.
I agree.
So,
I think in reality, yes, I think that we do want to have our ducks in a row, because we don't want
well, sure.
someone to stack the deck.
What I'm saying is by not being a priority, we could actually be further. Like,
Yeah.
I agree.
Could it be a friendly amendment for 120 days? Or 90 days?
I support 90 days.
It's 90 days within the realm of reasonable. Okay. I support that as well.
Did Grant give a second?
No, I did not.
Give a second. Was there a second?
No, I asked a question. I may have stopped that process, unfortunately. I just wanted clarification.
Is there a second? I can second it with the friendly amendment.
Okay.
And you wanted to add the, recommendation for city to,
He said it was fine to, because it had legally, pending a legal, a legal assessment.
Clerk Leonard, can you please call the roll?
Amber Fellows,
Support.
Robert Johnson. Support. Grant Tillman,
Support?
Amy Somerville,
Support.
John Eastridge,
Support.
Amanda Smith,
Support.
Jack Clark. Support. 7 yes, the motion carries.
Okay, this was brought up by Andy. Do we want to do, right of first refusal to the city residents for future sales?
For the affordable one. For the affordable ones, I would like to.
But they're already deed restricted as comparing to affordable. So what would be the purpose of the city stepping
Get
in?
them affordable for current residents, so like 15 or 20 years from now, current renter who wants to have an affordable unit.
So they already are deed restricted to stay affordable. So the only thing I can think of the city would do differently would be they could choose to change the affordability. I don't know.
No, give priority to a current resident instead of somebody.
Okay. I got it. So continue
Yeah,
that.
so like just foreseeing, what housing market might be like 15 years from now or whatever.
I mean, it could be the issue where our demographics, change significantly by then. So usually right of first refusals for like, people that live in the building, tenants, or, what is it when it goes to the county foreclosure?
Yeah, and then the city has to.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna die on this,
I would support it, but also I think because we don't know what's gonna happen in 15 years. I don't know.
My opinion is that it just puts an undue burden on the seller at that point. I don't think a seller should ever be put in a position that they have to hold off on accepting an offer because a local resident might decide to come in as well.
So it's just like, how it works is like, it's the same like price.
Right.
Just it gives someone else a little bit of extra more time to make that offer.
Right, yeah, no, I totally understand, but if you list your home and you get an offer, I think you should be able to accept the first offer that comes in. I don't think you should have to wait. Now, if you get 2 offers on the same day, then yeah, well, why not pick the local resident? But I don't think that the seller should ever be forced to make that decision. Like, does that make sense?
Sure, if, you just completely believe that, the highest bidder and the fastest bidder should always win. I don't know, I mean, I don't think, it seems like we're not gonna do this piece right now, but I don't agree with you.
I mean, that's not the highest bidder because the price is always the same on those.
Well, I just interject, the point of what my idea was, like, these are the affordable, the 40%, 60%, and 80%. It would just be nice to like keep those the same way they are being presented the first time around. It's like there'd be a window of time, like that fee would be 30 days, where a city resident who is currently renting and a first time home buyer would have first right to refusal.
Yeah, I understand, but
My concern on that is that the mortgagor or the banks would likely not accept those terms because it inhibits their placement of their asset and the ability if someone is in a challenging situation to be able to sell that asset. So I'm not sure if they would accept those underwriting terms to place their mortgage and note. That's something we would have to confirm, but I would think that that could be a challenge.
Yeah, I can't get on board with restricting what a seller does with the property. Once it's theirs. If somebody needs out, they need out. It's not up to us to decide that they have to wait to do so.
I agree with Grant on that. I mean, I believe that the affordability aspect staying intact, you know,
Yeah, that's enough for me.
exactly, that's enough for me, but having moved a lot in my life, I also understand and support the idea that part of supporting people is the entire process, not just buying, but the selling. And maybe to make it more difficult,
Well, I guess like, one of the sacrifices we made as a committee is to use the money that we thought we were gonna be putting into the housing trust. So I guess this makes this more like, I don't know, it's like an added bonus to keep it locally affordable for the next person who buys.
I totally understand, but I guess what I'm hearing is that you're asking for there to be a waiting process, and if you get one bid, you're expected to wait potentially up to 29 more days to wait for bids to come in. How is this?
I think a 30-day window is really short and we just do it for the city. City has right of first refusal. And then city can sit on it as long as they want until a buyer comes.
It's home buyer restricted, so the city can't.
If they want, if that future council wants.
That sounds like it would take a lot of administration by the city. Sounds like things would get even more expensive than they already are.
They get a choice if
So
the applicant.
could we consider keeping the 40% AMI with the first right of refusal for city residents for 30 days?
So one thing I just heard Shannon, Jill say was, the city actually can't buy these houses. But we can't have homeowner occupancy, which is an issue.
Okay, I also think 30 days is not a short window of home buying these days. I don't know what it'll look like.
I mean, I sold my house that I sold in 2012, which was not a hot market. I sold within 4 days. And you need out of a house.
I mean, at this point, if you want the seller to wait, I suggest motioning to have the city pay their mortgage while we make them wait.
Well, I guess the other way to think about this is that the people who might live in the 40% AMI, like they're getting like a benefit from that. So asking them to wait 30 days, so then another resident in the same situation that they were in when they bought the house. I feel like that's just like goodwill.
I think that's great, but if they're in a bad position, they need it out.
Yeah.
When we sold my house, I needed out of my house, and we sold it in 4 days. It's not a hot market. The markets right now are incredibly hot, and within 4 days, we're seeing houses get 26 offers.
And I think it would probably throw a bit of a wrench into the contingent sale. You know, if you're trying, even if you're trying to
Yeah,
buy another property contingent on the sale, you'd be throwing a major wrench in their possibility of getting that property if you were asking.
I know these are actual, like, what's going on in the market, it's real, but I actually really don't like these things as an argument. I don't think it's an argument, a good argument. But I don't know if it is, I'm also thinking about the demographics issue, like, we're a gentrifying city. We might be completely white city in 15 years. And if that's the case, then that restriction would be a fair housing issue. So potentially. I don't know if, I mean, I support it, Annie, for sure, but I don't know, it seems like there's a support on the committee right now, and I'm just unsure if I would be supportive of it going to the city, but it sounds like that's gonna be an issue too because of the homestead.
I think so.
I
Do you know
don't
for
even
sure?
think
Is
it's
it that
possible.
Yeah.
The bank is in a first position lien, and the bank is not gonna, a position of first refusal is when I'm a landlord. And you're purchasing, or you're in a land contract and we have an agreement, but I have full legal rights to my property. In these properties, your first position mortgage is with your financing agency, whether that be Vista or anyone else, and they're not going to subordinate to let someone else step into their financial position. So that the challenge is a position of first refusal. I mean, could there be an agreement for the city to purchase the property? Could it be restructured? Maybe, that's a different scenario moving forward. But then the city would have to make a commitment that, with a certain time frame, they could purchase that via cash. That's different than first refusal. I just want to say there's legal ramifications. And at the end of the day, we have to support, and remember, since the housing crash, banks are much more conservative on their ratios and how they underwrite loans and move through portfolios. So all of this has to be vetted by someone who's willing to give a loan to a property that has already multiple restrictions on it. So we're going to be restricting there's going to be limited banks that will even put loans on these properties unless they're special portfolios because of all of these restrictions. So just things, good intentions lead to sometimes unintended consequences you need to think through.
The idea behind this is really the future city councilor and staff will just be able to decide that. So if it's the will of council at that time to have a land trust or a significant housing trust that can pay, cash for this property, then that ability will be there. That's it. We can make that within 15 days. I don't care. We should just, I think if we want to do some sort of protection and trying to keep this housing kind of with the initial intention, like what Annie's saying, then I think that's one way to do it, is just allowing the city to have a window of opportunity to purchase if they want.
Seems to me like it's a very difficult thing to do. I don't think we have the consensus on this committee, so I'd be willing to just move on. Under no circumstances, I think the city ought to get into the business of paying any mortgages or money. The city's already in debt, so I don't know where it's gonna, I don't think the council will go for that. That doesn't seem like an area that the city's ever been.
And then they can say no. I mean, it would be cash.
They can't say no, but then, we can just say no right now. As I said, if we're thinking about a consensus, we do not have a consensus on this issue right here. We might have a majority, so, just take the vote, and the vote is the vote, so.
I see Amber's point in the concept of keeping options open, but I am already concerned about risk of unintended consequences for things that we've already decided. And I am not comfortable adding something else to be concerned about taking myself down.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a consensus, but let's check in anyway. Why not? So a 15 to 30 day window, right of first refusal for the city. When there's a sale on any property of this development. So no go.
Alright, cool.
All right, moving on. HOA stuff. I think one of the less controversial. I think we're just heading into less controversial things in general. So the fee ratio that the developer proposed. I don't
No,
know.
I propose that just as an idea. That is not what the developer.
Okay, can you share what that was again?
Yeah,
I thought there was actually,
I think everyone liked the idea of what was done, but that was just a very much a sample to show how, and looking at what the developer had proposed, they want to keep the HOA fees for all of the, for the affordable units as inexpensive as possible. And so by allocating like 80% to the townhouses, 10% to the single family and duplex market rate, and then 50%, and then 10% to the affordable duplex and single family. That was just a ratio to do that. I would just recommend maybe a little bit of leeway to make sure there is a way to actually legally do it through the condo attorney. But that was one way that the developer thought could work. However, it all goes down to the cost, and I think that they would be much better. I would say maybe having that the affordable units pay no more than 20% max, and try to keep it lower than that. That'd be the best way to go about it, because obviously the affordable units will not be getting the lawn care or the snow shoveling that the townhouses will get, which are also not given to the for sale, not townhomes.
wait, that last part I didn't know about.
Okay, so when you're in a condo building, like the townhouses, there will be lawn care and snow removal that will be provided that you pay for in your association fee. By removing those two expenses, which are the biggest expenses in an association, that's how you lower the association fees. Okay? So all of these single family and duplex units will provide their own lawn care and snow maintenance. And
People
so,
are gonna be treated differently with those services.
No, it has to
Okay,
do with
sorry.
which part of the condo unit they own. So in the,
Gotcha.
that's
yeah,
it.
so in the
Simple as
town,
that.
in the townhouse and the single family, you own the yard.
Yep.
And the row house, the townhouses and the, sorry, single family and duplexes, you own your yard. And the townhouses, you do not.
Yes.
Well, in the common areas will remain commons for the market rate side. So they're carrying liability, there's a loan loss reserve. We went through the structure that's required in the market rate. So we can keep the affordable side as affordable as possible.
Because anytime you get a condo association that takes care of lawn, snow maintenance, all of those things, you're looking at least $200 like minimum, but it's usually $300. And so by having everyone have their own yard, when you go to an HOA that is more single family or duplex oriented, you do not have the same fees because they are not taking care of as much stuff.
Right.
And so that was the main reason to not have the townhouses be part of the affordable, because there isn't a way to control that cost.
It's also the liability insurance and loan loss reserve that's required as part of the Michigan condo statute. So those are things that in our final determination, those public pieces are critical to know what that insurance coverage is.
Okay, so in the sample budget that Joe created, the affordable units would take on 10% of the fee burden, and the townhouses would take on 80% of the fee burden, and the, approximation here would be, oh, I didn't see this, okay, the annual dues would be $80 for the HOA for the affordable units, and it would be $2,400 for the townhouses. And so, yeah, I think, is that something that is reasonable to, I mean, this is what we talked about in the prior meeting, so I was expecting that this is something we can move forward with.
Are you asking us?
Sorry.
A final budget? I
Um,
mean, we can give you an example, but all of these in running liability and insurance and putting in condo docs, like we've got to run all of that to get, we can't get final numbers till we get these items. So we can give you high level what it looks like.
What about percent of the burden? Yeah.
I mean, but same thing, like it's liability, it's loan loss reserve, and it's administration based on the outcomes of the CBO and planning commission. So until we are able to get that and actually get real quotes, it's gonna be a high level estimate.
I guess if you are not sure yet on the burden of the HOA, could we not say the ratio of like 80% of it is going to be shouldered?
Oh, I think I'd feel comfortable to say we have to minimize the affordable. We have no room in their AMIs. So we have to make those as little amount as we possibly can, and that has to be long-term. I think we definitely feel comfortable by limiting the ratios on that. And I think we're fairly close. We just have to get the final quotes once we determine all the activities and eligibility on insurance right now, and liability, which is what impacts. So I think we would feel comfortable with that on the affordable side.
Maybe we could say for the affordable units, those owners would pay no more than, you said 10%, you said 20%.
Well, so I said 10% on my chart.
Okay, so no more than 10% of the overall HOA burden.
Can you leave a little bit of wiggle room in there in case it's, let's say, a 10.5%?
Yeah. I mean, do we
Or
want,
more than 12% or something like that, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not deciding this number, but like, maybe we could say no more than 20% and knowing that you're hoping to keep it as low as possible and you know that you have to for the sake of their AMI, but I don't know. What is the thing that we can put in writing to hold to account?
I mean, once again, just long-term, the things that could pop up and things that change if we limit it, but as a developer, you know, that I think we're okay with that.
I don't know if we want to do that as a separate or a standalone motion or roll it into the governance and membership piece. Which, you know, we asked about earlier, you talked to your lawyers about restrictions about governance. And said that we were able to restrict on some things like, you know, the ability to change the HOA ratios and things like that.
Yeah, the affordability and long-term restrictions, we absolutely are covered in the governance, and we can make it to where they not public restrictions. We likely can put that in, but you're talking about 15 to 20 years. Do you really want to limit long-term liability in something? Are you opening up you know, with maintenance and other things legally, that could cause complications, but once again, as a developer, it doesn't impact us. I just wonder if it's doing the good you want it to. But yes, we can, is the answer.
Yeah, the intention is, you know, I mean, kind of hand in hand a lot about will these people even be able to afford to stay in their units or whatever, but they wouldn't if the HOA fees went up a ton. So it's in our interest to limit that, and if the HOA board has the ability to change those ratios and they are majority townhouse membership, then they probably would. So I think it is in the interest of the affordability to make sure that at least that piece is not something that the governance can change. Is there any other input about that?
I mean, I agree that if these get jacked up, that could limit people to long term. There are two different HOAs. Sorry, not for a second.
That haven't discussed, but it just seemed like that was a no-go, because we didn't want to have two separate boards.
Okay. I'm just trying to
But
remember.
that is, I mean, that would be the easiest way to have the affordable have their own HOA and the market rate have their own HOA. Right?
Yes, I didn't
That would be
know
your
we moved.
preference, but that.
That's our condo attorney's preference.
We haven't decided yet, so I'm just trying to figure out.
What's the reason for not deciding to do that then? If that's,
I'm just asking because I did.
right,
No, it seemed like this board was like, we don't want to have two completely separate boards. One thing, however, it does make sure that the affordable people are looking for
Well,
affordable.
I mean, either way, I'd be interested in seeing it sort of like at the very least, at a percentage that it could increase each year by like 2.5% or something.
You mean the ratio or
Just like the overall like cost. So like, rather like, just so like the fees could go up, but only so much per year if they did go up.
but those fees are only paying for stuff that the community needs.
Yeah.
And so if community needs go up or inflation is, 15% actual inflation, you can't, like the HOA can't just pay their contractors less. They still have to pay for those services. Like I totally get where you're coming from, but the HOA fees aren't, it's not like people are paying for stuff out of thin air. They're paying for actual services. And the fees don't go up for no reason. They go up because the cost of lawn care went up, $50 a month. Or, I mean, as far as I know, like self-governing HOAs don't have management fees, right?
Yes,
They
they're,
do.
they're nominal. They have to submit a budget and a required loan loss reserve. It can be, it can be done in-house if the homeowners choose to take it on. But as we said, for this, we're limiting the common space within the affordable. So we hopefully don't have those occurrences, but I mean, there could be things like insurance or liability or act of God, that impacts some things, just things that we're not thinking of. Generally, those are the exceptions. The way that we've got it structured is that we're trying to reduce any liability that would happen to increase those costs, but.
I think the easiest way to address Councilman Somerville's, figuring out everyone's opinion is to really have two different boards and have one take care of not more than 15-20% of all expenses, but I mean, that could be laid out in that. And then the other one, so then the affordable units can cover themselves and pay for what they feel is necessary, and the market rate can pay for themselves.
Two different boards or two separate HOAs?
It would be two different boards.
Okay.
And that we would anticipate, obviously portable homeowners may have questions about administrative processes and how they contact the city if they have to sell, or their affordability or deed restrictions and things like that, where obviously market rate's gonna have common in other areas. So the boards look very different, which is why we think it's good to have two separate.
I'd agree with that.
But if it's one HOA, then, cost increases would affect everyone.
it still would be two separate. We would have like it's like two separate phases, two separate entities. So it would in essence, and we need to get the clarification from the attorney, be two HOAs. It still will be one larger component, where the market rate's gonna own, as we said. We're limiting the common elements that make this a site condo to like infrastructure and the party walls, so there's no physical requirements in the affordability.
Right.
And then the common elements in green space in the maintenance areas and the market rate side, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I agree with that.
Yep, other condo. On the pocket park side.
I'm trying to conceptualize this, okay, so there's one city and we have two separate governments for one budget.
Well, it's like having different sections of the government, right? I mean, she's saying that the townhouses will be responsible for their stuff, the lawn care, and then they're also gonna be maintaining the shared, like, green spaces as well, right? And then the affordable care housing is gonna have their own stuff that they have to take care of and they have to pay for. But the bulk of what's being paid for within the community is gonna be coming from the townhouses, the market rate homes. They're basically, the HOA fees go to managing certain aspects of the property, right? And so realistically, it's just that the townhouses are gonna be responsible for the bulk of it. And that the affordable homes won't be responsible for as much of the property and maintenance.
I think it can also be beneficial to have two, in that, the townhouses may have a very different set of needs, than the affordable housing, because, really gonna have some people that are
Well, sorry,
shoveling their own. So anyway, that's just, I'm just thinking that
the townhouses are designated as condos, or they all are designated as condos?
The townhomes are condos, the
Right.
rest are site condos.
So does that mean like maintenance and stuff?
The townhomes will have a shared party wall and own airspace and exterior. The exterior will be owned by association, so true condo.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, there's a reason why they would be paying more as well.
Yes.
So you're just taking like most of the burden of maintaining the entire property and placing it on the townhomes.
And the duplex and single family that are part of the market rate.
Okay, so then as well.
Yeah.
So
Well, some and some.
only the affordable homes are going to have their own HOA?
Yeah, so we can keep them as affordable as possible.
Limit
Limit the fees as much as we can as
I
well.
don't think that's quite fair though, because then you are segregating the people in affordable homes.
But do you think that they're gonna vote on the same issues?
No, but
They'll still be a part of the broader, scope of the community under, they'll still work together and both HOAs.
yeah, but you're separating lower income individuals from higher income individuals, and I mean, that doesn't.
That's why we had the one HOA at the beginning. So that's where like all of the discussions have been really kind of tenuous, not because it was meant to be. But there's a lot of issues that come into play here.
Well, I thought you meant separating the townhomes from all of the individual homes. Because the townhomes are their own thing, they are condos.
Well, it's the market from the affordable,
Gotcha.
23 and 23, some
I'm-
duplexes cross, right?
I
And
guess
that,
that is still half of the community.
It is, but
A different concern, I mean, like if you're in a duplex with someone in a market rate, then.
well, I would just add if we go to one, then we would not be able to limit the cost.
Right.
everybody would have to pay the same condo fee under one association. That's why we spent hours with our condo attorney trying to figure out how to do this so that we could make the affordable as possible.
Wait, wasn't the example that Joe sent to us under one HOA? just one HOA. And I mean, one of the things that we were talking about, you know, making movable in governance is the membership. So it could be that we require that 60% of the membership is on the affordable side. And so that they would have a significant, or at least 50%, but since it's 50% of development, but like, it shouldn't be probably two separate HOAs if it's gonna be one, if it's gonna be shared costs and budget.
But isn't that the point that you just made, was that we can't have, everybody will have to pay the same at one HOA, is that what you just said? So if we're trying to make sure that the affordable, you know, properties have a limited HOA fee, you're saying that there has to be two HOAs.
The goal is to take all the commons and all the additional fees and put those on the market side. If the affordable join that, then we have to appropriate costs equally to the units.
Right, so that, what you put together,
Didn't make any sense.
yes, okay, so that's where the confusion lies currently, and
Your mother's development.
Oh, it's my mother's development. It was from her HOA board, and I broke down how I thought it was actually going to be. She doesn't live in a development like this. It's like her condo budget.
Okay, but they. And
They don't allocate it like this.
They don't allocate it like this.
No, I took the numbers from there to get a good sense of the numbers.
okay, well, I for one support y'all's proposal. I think it makes sense. I do think that it is a little awkward to separate low-income individuals from not low-income individuals. But I definitely understand that that's probably gonna be the best way to limit costs. And if that's what it takes,
I have to express some frustration now. What I'm finding tonight is that a lot of things were, you know, were said, yes, we can do this, and it comes to tonight, it's like, oh, actually, we fudged the numbers, or actually, not quite like that. It's confusing to kind of now rehash and be like, well, this is what I remember, you know, we did discuss it multiple times, often, and it seems like now it's like, well, actually, we can do like a segregated property.
The last time I was here, I laid this out. I talked about the two condo associations. I talked about keeping the affordable, and the market rate would pay more. I walked through it. You can look through the minutes. Because we spent hours with our condo attorney trying to figure out how to make this work. She also brought up the concern you did about having two boards. And we thought about having a larger community organization that oversaw the whole project to make sure that there was a joint governance approach. We just haven't figured out what that looks like. But I brought this up the last time I was here.
I'll also say that we're getting a lot of moving pieces from the city, which constantly, our lenders won't finalize anything on how we structure everything till we get through city processes. So pieces are always moving, and even the smallest piece impacts every piece of this project and how it's put together. So even what seems to be a small issue, the answer we couldn't give you a direct number was because how the financing source is coming in versus how it goes through. So there's a lot of complicated pieces to this project.
I can feel your frustration, but I think it's a process issue and not like a people issue. I don't think anybody has ever intentionally tried to mislead, but this is kind of an unorthodox way of going about things, right?
Oh, this whole project is unorthodox. Nobody else is doing this because it's this hard to make it work.
Right, so,
Very difficult.
I mean, I appreciate everybody trying to figure it all out. I understand your frustration though, so just gotta.
There's not existing funding mechanisms to make homeownership affordable, which is why most BRAs require a 15 or 20% affordability component if you're asking for a community benefit. So going anywhere beyond that is bringing, and we still have to address the environmental concerns and other issues on the site beyond that. So we're bringing in sources that have never done this before.
Yeah, well,
Amber, just to be very clear, when I presented the sample, I indicated that it was a sample. I took the numbers of the actual costs from the condo association my mother lives in. And then I thought this was breakdown, and according to Shannon and Jill, this breakdown could actually still work potentially. However, it has to be 2 HOA fees, and I have not had a conversation with Jill since the last time she was here. And I did not know that that's what the condo attorney had said. So I was trying to give you the information I thought was best for you to understand this. So
I understand, I'm not saying anything was malicious, you presented this to us, and Shannon said that they could do it, so that's.
But we brought in the cost, as we said, which over 200, and we talked about it being 80 a year. We still said we can do that. That's still what we're talking about right now. It just has to be 2 separate, which is what we explained, so we can, and we went into deep explanation on how those pieces would move.
Off topic, but we're almost at 10. So I'm gonna extend the meeting till 10:30, but just like based off of what we have, I think after this, it's fairly easy. A lot of it is just recommendations for city council, so I'm just gonna extend the meeting to 10:30 for now. I move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I have no problem with the 2 condo association. That's what's gonna help with this forward.
I agree. I think that's the best way forward, and if that's what their attorneys have said, I'm probably going to trust them because I've never put together an HOA before. And it does seem like that's the most reasonable way to keep it affordable.
You don't want to be transparent about the downsides of this, or anybody on staff? Because I'm just unfamiliar with 2 HOAs for a single development with a shared budget.
I don't think there's ever been a discussion about shared budget. Shannon and Jill, is that correct?
Yeah,
Could have separate budgets.
2 separate budgets, the affordable would stay as low as possible. What does that mean?
Well, they're responsible for maintaining different portions of the property, right?
correct.
And so when their HOA votes on, like the subcontractor to come take care of, I don't know.
No, there's no common area.
Yeah, like there's no common area, so what are they really gonna be paying
Insurance
for?
and
Insurance
management
all that.
fees, it's as minimal as possible. All the common areas are either publicly owned or they're in the market rate.
So they're really not responsible for much at all.
So, but what are the green spaces, is that then the market rate
Or public.
or public?
Most of as much of the spaces we can make public, there'll be easements for them to access, so they'll have to be quiet enjoyment available of that. And that will be the responsibility of the market rate, and this is something that we've been working on to ensure the affordability of the other side.
I think the only thing besides those 2 things would be every 10 to 15 years. So if the city, in order to have the storm water system be paid for out of TIP, the city will have to own it. And then working with the developers, the condo association will pay the city X amount a year to put into a fund to help kind of shovel out the sediment, essentially. And so that would be the one expense that would need to be shared, however, broken out, in a smaller thing. And so that would be the only, insurance, what was it?
One last reserve.
Water reserve management, and then sediment.
But then how would those decisions be made between the 2 HOAs? Or are we just, that's gonna be part of the bylaw that it can't be changed?
That will be part of the market rate.
I think some of it is just gonna be, the boards themselves have to make those decisions, their bylaws.
Yep.
But I mean, all of these will be keep the affordable rates as low as possible. And I think that might be the charge that this group gives the developer.
I mean, it could just be a situation where, you know, if it's like a get off my lawn situation, I paid for this, you didn't. And just this segregation of, you know, some people have benefits like snow removal and some others don't. I personally maybe feel more comfortable, recommending that, or just having a motion that doesn't necessarily say there's two HOAs, or just that the affordable side would, pay, you know, 10% for, at maximum. And that is figured out later.
But I don't think that makes sense in this scenario.
I mean, it's just more a broad thing, so it's not like, we are saying there must be two HOAs, it's just that there must be, the affordable units, that their fees are affordable.
What I'm hearing from the developer is that there must be two HOAs in order to keep it affordable, locked in as affordable.
We don't have to decide that. though.
But if there are two HOAs and you say it can be no more than 10%, what happens if the other side drives it up?
Or can you repeat what you?
Yeah, I'm not saying there can't be two HOAs, I'm just saying this committee doesn't have to, codify that as a recommendation. Basically, that can be sorted out by city council or whatever. I just don't feel like I have the information to know if there's like significant downsides to having two separate HOAs. It sounds, I just don't know. So I think I feel more comfortable saying, you know, the fees will be affordable for the affordable side. And you know, staff, the attorney, everybody else figures it out. You know, if it ends up being two HOAs, fine, but I don't want to codify that personally, because then other people are gonna look and be like, why did you just like make a segregated community?
There's multiple sites right now that have multiple HOAs in one community. I've done it maybe 20 different times. In Detroit, in Brush Park, which was income restricted, they have 4 different HOAs under one master plan. In Monroe, we've done it, so there are examples.
Is there a reason that you need us to say that though, like to? Or
No.
could we say?
As long as you're not making specific requirements.
Okay, but the keeping the overall percentage under 10%, is that a requirement that we can make?
I don't know how we get to 10% since
Or
there's not an
15 or
overall
20?
budget. I don't. So are we saying 10% of what the market rate has, or what 10% basically?
Of all HOA budget for the property, there'd be no more than 20% if we're being flexible. I think Robert's point's strong, we don't have a budget. We don't know what the fees are, so maybe there's a different way to phrase this.
Well, that's why they're saying 2 different HOAs, because of that ratio. It's hard to get to that ratio because there's no overall. There's one side and there is the other side.
How about, the affordable side pays no more than $80 a year each unit?
Well, that's gotta be factored into each year in inflation. I think the original thing of just the lowest that we can, $80 would be a goal, but I think if we put a figure on the table, then you're out there.
It's in their best interest to develop an HOA that works for everybody. So, I mean, I'm comfortable at this point saying that they can develop the HOA the way that they need to. I'm not comfortable putting any sort of cost cap on it because costs go up and we have no idea what it realistically is going to cost.
That's what I was talking about ratios initially.
For the affordable side, for the HOA for the affordable side, could we do something where each year it couldn't increase more than 5%?
I guess what's the remedy if insurance goes up? Do we
Right,
just not
that's-
get insurance? I mean, I guess,
That's my point as well, like they they have services that they have to pay for.
Insurance would probably be the homeowner's insurance.
well, the association has to be insured.
For the property itself.
Yeah, even if it's airspace, which is what we're gonna have, there has to be liability and one loss reserve.
It's like, I guess the easiest way for me to describe it is, the city has insurance, the DDA has insurance, Yucca has insurance, everyone has their own insurance. So the HOA, because it's a form of ownership, has its own insurance, and then each home has their insurance. And then, even though there won't be any renters here, renters also have insurance. So that's
So the HOA's insurance covers things like
somebody falls in a common area.
the common areas, public space.
Not, some of it would be private space, but a lot of it,
Same thing, if whatever's deemed, even if there's easements for underground infrastructure, you know, where is that, even if they fall on a public sidewalk, where's the liability between the city and the association? So there's just liabilities and requirements.
Yeah. Okay, it seems like that, I guess I don't wanna make assumptions, but based on what people are saying, I think that, like, someone should make a motion on something.
I don't know if we're gonna look at and see like all of the options we have to see.
Well, I guess we could just drop it, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, we don't have to restrict what they do with the HOA. It's in their best interest to create an affordable HOA that works. I mean,
Grant, I would just say that, you know, it's in our best interest to protect the residents' interests and, you know, leaving it up to Thomas sounds great, but it's not, it's like, idealistic.
yeah, I also understand that none of us here are actually experts on HOAs. They've actually consulted with an attorney. If we had more time, I'd say, yes, let's sit down. We'll bring an attorney in that's actually well versed and stuff like this. We'll have them sort it out for us. And we can make a decision there, but we don't. I mean, if you want to put a motion forward, I would say to do the two HOAs like their attorney said. It sounds reasonable to me.
Or do you have something to say, Linda?
Is there any other thing that we can, any other way that we can touch this? Because I do agree with your point that we don't wanna put it out there that this is, you know, we're purposefully segregating this way. I don't know which is the lesser evil in this case, so like letting it go entirely and trusting that HOA will not go up because of the other deed restrictions we have in place that are going to force it to have to be low, or
I would be comfortable with either just naming that, you know, the fees would be no more than 10% or some percent. And, you know, even if we don't have a budget, you know, or just naming that we want the affordable units to have, to be affordable within, like, basically the same specs they use to determine if someone can afford their housing, to incorporate that into the fee as well. So it should only be 30% of your income. Maybe it's that. It's, the fees can, and the cost of the housing can be no more than 30% of the individual's income. I don't know how to say it, but we just need to say that the condo fees for the affordable side have to be affordable to those residents, and maybe that's it, maybe that's the resolution. But, and we let all of them figure it out, but I'm not going to vote on something that says that we're codifying segregation. at this time. I would like to know more information, because I would be supportive of two HOAs, but at this point, no.
And it's, yeah. But we, to Amber's point, could we do something based on the sale of the home or the income of the person? I think I would lean towards sale price of the home because income can change and it seems like a hassle.
The goal is to keep these on well under $100.
Yeah.
And so I think Amber's second statement, keep it as affordable as possible. It is the right way to go. Just because who knows? But I think as affordable as possible is the way. So then Amber doesn't have to something where it talks to two HOAs. I understand that it does give a little bit of ambiguity, but I do think that to everyone's point, the developers have an interest in keeping this as low as possible.
Well, did we already move to extend past time or yet?
Will we have more information about the HOA before this comes before council?
All of it.
I don't think we'll have a-
When can we make sure that the HOA, I guess, how can we make this come before council for approval? Can we do that?
I mean, I think once everything's signed, then it's staff's interpretation based on the contract.
That will come up with the sequence around for the HOA.
No, so staff would be the one making sure that the HOA would be as affordable as possible.
Are we comfortable with not having a guarantee? Is the affordability of the housing itself enough of a guarantee, given that people just won't be able to get their loans if they have an HOA fee that's. Well, is that factored into when people are getting their?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
it's already factored in.
Yeah.
So
I guess my other question is, the board, the HOA board would be comprised of the people who live within that board?
It's,
So those residents would be making the motion to increase the fees. Okay,
That's why having the two makes sense, because the people in affordable housing get to make their decisions.
I'm comfortable with us not making decisions on this.
Yeah,
I would rather
I
not
agree.
make a decision on this at all. I think that's kind of the stance I'd like to take, because I don't want to do that.
It's in the best interest of the affordable.
Sure.
I agree. I
board
I wanna
not
leave it up to
increase
them.
the fees, but I could also see that.
That's if there's two HOAs, and that's if there is somehow the ability for them not to, like completely control their costs. Independent of everything else. So I don't think having zero input on this is ideal either. Maybe I can try to put together a broad motion. So I guess I would move to recommend that the HOA governance is as minimal as possible, that it would not be above and beyond our city ordinances, that the HOA fees for the affordable side would be affordable for the residents, and with the goal of it not being over 10% of the overall development HOA costs. I'm sorry, that wasn't very elegant, but I'm just trying to be as generalized as possible.
I would, take your motion and taking it over, I would add to that, giving staff the, I guess, the authority to work out the details with the developer before it comes to council, or it comes to council, using the parameters that we talked about tonight.
The numbers aren't gonna be ready for council. On the HOA.
Is it
At
possible,
some other later point, that is what we're saying.
is it possible for it to eventually come back to council for approval?
I don't know if we're gonna be able to get financing if we have to go back to council for another approval and we can't get a budget until we start financing.
So the HOA structure needs to be presented for financing.
We need to get all of our terms for financing to finalize everything, to complete the legal, to get through the HOA structure.
So we're back to the original.
Did that motion?
Was there a second?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a while.
So I guess what does it mean practically? That basically the purchase, is it the development agreement that's being discussed? Sorry, no, the next council.
The next council meeting would be this public hearing based on the community benefits agreement that is drafted from what y'all do tonight.
Okay, just this discussion being.
Yeah, with a draft CBA.
But it's not like entering a development agreement.
That would be for the following
Okay, so by the following meeting, this should be sorted out.
I don't think so.
So the community benefits ordinance provides that there must be a public hearing on the agreement, you know, that the committee and the developer would agree to. And then 15 days after that, the council may consider, no less than 15 days, council may consider the community benefits agreement. I would expect that there would probably be a later, more encompassing development agreement after that point. But I'm not certain of that. But this agreement between the community and I add perhaps some additional legislation to enact the tips.
When is the development agreement meeting approximately? Is that scheduled?
Our hope would be to have this agreement drafted to take for a public hearing on the 7th.
The CBA or the development?
Development.
The CBA is the development, the CBA takes over a development agreement. Right?
We haven't heard, so.
I mean, so this is the CBA for Clark, that I have right here for Clark Road, like Carl, you can have that. Is essentially a development. Instead of a developer agreement, it's a community benefits agreement. Stipulating what the developer has to do in order to get benefits.
Okay, I mean, so maybe we can just add to that motion that we give, we charge council with sorting out what to do with the situation of so, hopefully staff can bring that as an issue to council so we can figure it out and see what the potential advantages or disadvantages are to two separate HOAs. But it is not upon us to decide that.
So this is the motion that move to recommend HOA governance be as minimal as possible and not above beyond city ordinances and maintain the affordable unit fees as minimal as possible with a goal of not more than 10% and charge council to review this further. Is that motion?
Yeah, it's inelegant, of course, but like, that's essentially, because we talked about minimal governance and, we have city ordinances, so it doesn't have to be a bunch of extra lawn stuff on top of our lawn ordinances. And asking council to figure out the HOA structure.
So that motion is a second.
It has a second. So, ready to vote?
Is there any more discussion? Okay, clerk Collins, if you please call the roll.
Amber Phillips,
Yes.
Robert Johnson. Or. Grant Tillman,
Yes.
Amy Somerville,
Yes.
John Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark. Motion carries with 7 yes.
Okay, thank you. We're at 10:15. And it sounds like we might go a little bit over 10:15, but I hope that we can beat 11. This is my hope. So I'll just keep that in mind if we need to extend at some point, if someone wants to offer that. The other part that it seems like was non-controversial, I feel hesitant saying that or anything now, which is the big unit standards, the square footage of being 1,000 to 1,200 square feet. But there would be a shed or storage component on the outside of the unit. I think Energy Star was discussed as well, and double pane windows. Anything else? Is that in line with your understanding, Sharon?
Yes.
Is there a motion for these benefits included? So,
Second,
What was the square footage on that?
1,000 and 1,200.
Andrew, can you please call the roll?
Amber Phillips,
Yes.
Robert Johnson. Or. Grant Tillman,
Yes.
Amy Somerville,
Yes.
John Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark. Motion carries with 7 yes.
Okay, so we briefly talked about labor standards. I think you were saying your guidelines are something, that's regulated by HUD, section 3. Is that correct?
I said, yes, we would not be opposed to following section 3 protocol. And I believe, Joe, you said Washtenaw has stated process.
So is there a motion for, recommending, following the HUD section 3 labor standards for this development?
Can someone explain like where we can look those standards up, because I tried looking earlier and I couldn't find them.
Email them to everyone. Do you want to go to the next one? While I'm looking this up and I can email it.
All right, so maybe there can be combined, some more material, or I shouldn't use that word, but just some other benefits that we discussed was a covered bicycle ramp, rain garden, and native landscaping. Is there anything different from your understanding from those requests?
I don't know what that is. We have native landscaping already in our existing PUD, and that's outlined in detail, as well as the additional Do we meet rain garden?
It's part of the stormwater management
The
system.
stormwater meets rain garden requirements. We don't have a covered bicycle ramp in the budget right now.
What is that? Can you tell us what that is? A covered bicycle ramp?
I don't think ramp is the way. I don't think it's just rack, like
Oh,
rack,
rack.
yeah,
Okay.
storage.
As I recall, I don't recall covered bicycle part. I think there's already a bicycle rack at the southeast corner. The question was, did we want an additional one to the northwest?
That's what I remember.
I remember the additional bicycle.
That's what this is referencing. I don't recall the part about covered.
We do the bike rack.
So the question is, do we want to have an additional bike rack?
I think the covered was also before we had sheds, so I feel comfortable taking away the covered aspect. It would be nice to have as many bike racks as possible. Or is that not correct?
We still definitely discussed the covered bicycle rack. I mean, it's not something I want to fight over, but I think, covered bicycle rack is nice for people that, their primary, mode of transportation is bicycling, so it doesn't get rusty. But either way, I mean, I thought that had been talked quite a bit, so was that, different from your understanding?
I think what I believe and what I remember is that we were talking about that and we went over and above by providing sheds. So we would have the storage, so this just keeps adding to the bottom line. And so the conversation is if we didn't, have sheds, we thought that by providing sheds to the affordable units that we were delivering more than by adding that.
That was my understanding as well. I remember discussing it and thinking, well, they don't have any storage space, they should at least have somewhere to put a bike. But now that they do have storage space, I don't think a covered bike rack is necessary.
How big are the sheds?
Right now, I don't have those direct specifications, but I can get them and provide them to the city before we go to council.
Big enough for a bike and
Yes,
lawnmower and all that?
yes.
Okay, yeah. I do remember that conversation.
So did someone, entertain a motion to request a bicycle rack on the northwest side, rain garden, or stormwater management and native landscaping?
They said that was in the PUD, the native landscaping and rain garden.
Yeah, we can name it as green benefits.
I do think we should keep naming the things that we're asking for. For the sake of
I would leave the bicycle ramp off because they did do the sheds.
The question now is not the covered bicycle rack, but it's just a bike rack, which would probably cost about $500.
There's a bike rack there. Currently.
But it's on, the current one is on the south side, right? And then the addition would be on the west.
Yeah, exactly. I'm guessing that's something that they can do at. I did fundraising for all the YCS schools to have a bike rack, and it was about $500.
All right, we'll do that.
But do I need to make a motion? Sure. To, for an additional bike rack, rain garden, for stormwater management, and native landscaping. There's a second?
Second.
Ms. Collier, can you please call the roll?
Member Fellows,
Yes.
Robert Johnson. Grant Tillman,
Yes.
Andy Somerville,
Yes.
Jen Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on. It's 10:24. Do we have a motion to extend? A motion to extend to 11. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I have a suggestion for the street naming piece, just that, make a motion that council takes public input on this issue, hopefully at the next meeting.
I agree.
Support. You're ready with it?
No. I love you all, and I want to go.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Member Fellows,
Yes.
Robert Johnson,
Yes.
Dan Tillman,
Yes.
Amy Somerville,
Yes.
Jen Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now going into city recommendations, I believe some of these things are taken care of. The housing trust fund is spoken for. the-
Sorry,
Oh,
I make a recommendation, maybe.
sure.
Could we make like it one big motion, where we just list all the items?
Yeah.
Okay, I just made notes on what I think we might need to, so obviously updating the new CDO, short-term rental restriction, affordability ordinance, crosswalk stripes. We probably need to do some research on the progressive income property tax idea.
Yeah.
So maybe just say that, research on that specific policy area, and then, education for first-time home buyers. The evaluate street repair after completion is the only thing I'm not sure about.
I have a question with the stripes on Cross Street. Those stripes are there. So do we need to, I mean, they're there and they have more than this actually asked for with the yield signs.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's as
Okay.
necessary.
No, there's other places that I can point out that don't have on side, are there? Cross that one off. Okay.
You evaluate street, it should say street for repair after completion, and then have the city take a look at the street and see if it is now in such a state of disrepair that they would repair. Which street? Any of the ones affected.
Oh, every street's.
All of them. That was like a neighborhood request. Yeah, it was a neighborhood request.
Okay.
And I think that it's reasonable to honor to say, please come take a look at the streets and make sure no major damage was done and that they can be repaired. There has been so much damage that it is less like than other streets in the rest of the city.
And any street that is cut into, the developer will have to put up a bond with the city. It's very common.
And then I have one more question because, it's been a long night. We took care of the housing trust. We need to reiterate that they're, okay.
So there is also, we had a discussion about single families as opposed to, working houses. Not mentioned.
Sorry, again.
Requiring that one unit, one family. Or something to that effect.
I don't know that. If we look at primary residence, that was.
Yes.
Owner
Yes.
occupied.
Owner occupied. Is that-
We also
I don't-
wanted,
Is that even in there?
yes, we also wanted, non-short-term rentals, so we didn't want Airbnb. Okay, great, cool.
I did put except for PRE, you know, I don't know if people want to discuss that. That, I don't understand that. Well, basically, like all the units, not all of them, but a lot of them over at Thompson Block are being short-term rented out by full-time. So no one lives there. So,
Oh, so you're saying like the vacation swap kind of short-term rental, it should be okay.
or more so like, you know, we're rolling from homeowners and it's money that have extra bedrooms that are on a short-term rental it. That's the feedback I've heard since discussing this, where some people say that they might want a short-term rental out their spare room. And I don't see as much of an issue with that as opposed to like what's going on in New Orleans or some of these other cities where it's just like full short-term rental districts.
So these are all PRE.
Yeah.
So with that, this restriction would not be relevant at all.
Well, this is, most of these recommendations are citywide.
Oh, so, okay, so this would be the asking the city to create a ordinance that would grandfather in already existing short-term rentals and then also, that's just based on a previous conversation that we had, not based on what we're talking here, but, also not allowing any new short-term rentals unless they are primary resident.
That is just an idea, but, I just wanted to bring it up.
So recommending to council that they explore limiting short-term rentals in city.
Yeah, except PRE,
PRE.
what did you do here?
All right.
I would like to move that we recommend that city council update and renew the community benefits ordinance with community input. Sorry, I'm just gonna list these. Create an affordability ordinance to set city AMI standards. Create short-term rental restriction. Create an education program for residents that are first-time home buyers. Evaluate street repairs after completion of the project. And I so move, I think that's everything. Sorry, no, one more. Evaluate street repairs after completion of the project, and then the
Said investigate and research.
research progressive income property tax to fund the housing trust fund. I think we already, those are taken, yeah.
What about the kind of right of first refusal?
I'm missing that in the middle. Oh. Okay, maybe I crossed that out earlier when we were talking about first refusal.
Oh, yeah, it's different from,
So,
Oh, this is like for tenants across the city or.
create a process for renters to have right of first refusal. Okay. And then, after the progressive income research, Andrew. Create a process for tenants to have the right of first refusal for units built before 2005. And I so move.
second,
So you're essentially just including all of those except for the 220 North Park and the crosswalks. The trust fund, I'm sorry, and the crosswalks.
Yep.
Okay.
are you ready to call the roll?
Andrew Fellows,
Yes.
Robert Johnson,
Yes.
Grant Tillman,
Yes.
Andy Somerville,
Yes.
John Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
Yes.
Jack Clark,
Yeah.
motion carries.
Awesome. The last thing on the agenda is the enforceability piece. So think this is, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could clarify, last time this is just voted on is the committee's recommendations for city council, correct? And it is, since it's not, it doesn't obligate the developer, I would propose that I put that as an attachment to this agreement, that it was the committee's recommendations for council, but it doesn't bind the developer. It's not technically part of the negotiated agreement between the committee and the developer. It's the committee's request for council. So that's how I'm envisioning it. Is that how the committee's?
That's fair. I don't want it to hold up the developer in any way, because it's all recommendations anyways, and it's all things that we're just asking for.
But we do want to present it to council at the same time, at the same form, or with that.
Okay, yeah, last part, enforceability, so there's that article, that's included about clawbacks. And the intention from me about including this is just to, recommend to the legal staff to, include a clawback, clause for our benefit, so that if the developer does not deliver on them, we have a mechanism for getting the property back. Yeah, it's just a basic enforceability mechanism. So first, this group wants to just give a generalized will of having clawback clauses incorporated into our agreement, or to do it for specific items.
I would just request that somebody within the city's legal department put something together, just very general.
Just have to kind of talk about, the clawback thing, request. If it only doesn't happen, there's no TIF to be reimbursed. And so, it's only if the development happens and we don't live up to these agreements, which would be a failure to comply with the agreement, the CBA agreement that would be signed by both parties. So, it's not a long-running incentive, like the pilot is, right? The pilot that we just did for the other development, they have to make sure those units are affordable forever, as long as it's in the deed. As long as the city, the city's gonna be the one liable if we mess up those deeds. And so it's not, that's not, there will be language in there about a clawback if they do not perform. And it's one of the reasons why the land will be a land contract instead of a warranty deed, so that the city doesn't lose the property if the development doesn't happen. So there's a lot of things in there. And there will be clawback language, but it's not called clawback language, it's called whatever Carl says it needs to be.
I feel like it's, so in this case, it's, the deal is done and the developer is gone. But once it's built and done and sold, they're gone. So there's not really anything to claw back at that point. But if, like you said, if they don't meet the obligations of like affordability and like doing the things that we've said in this agreement, then it wouldn't be eligible for this at that point, or are there things that does not?
There's really not an ability for the developer to.
I don't think the equity sources are gonna, there could be a reverter versus but the equity sources are coming in and providing the sources to fund the project. They're gonna wanna manage and maintain control. And the capital piece is coming from a CDFI who's also a developer to ensure that the project gets finished. So even though the city is providing a TIF, we're monetizing that and bringing in the equity to make that happen. So in essence, the city in the community development agreement will have to work within the sources that are bringing the equity to the deal on how that works out. Likely a reverter, right?
There's no way I'm gonna be able to get it financed with a reverter. I would suggest other remedies in the event that pieces of the CBA are not met. Other than a clawback or a reverter, because our lenders won't, no lender, the Detroit got rid of these, because you can't finance over them.
I mean, clawbacks are pretty typical, and, you know, there's really no disadvantage for us to recommend that, and we can just maybe recommend it for the AMI ratio that we thought for summer, and the 100% PRE, like maybe those two items especially. Because, yeah, I mean, we are going to literally sell the property to the developer, so there are things that could happen.
Developers actually never gonna own the property.
Well, I mean, for a window of time.
No, correct? The developer will have a land contract, okay, so that they will have that piece, and then essentially the city will sell the piece of property. If the city will go from the city to the homeowner. So there isn't the ability for there isn't a need to actually have a claw back to get the property back, because we will always own the property until we sell it to the homeowner.
Well,
We
again,
have some sort of mechanism to guarantee that the AMI question works.
Yeah, and that is through the master deed bylaws and this agreement. And so,
In the land contract.
and the land contract. So the land contract will,
Joe, you don't have consequences built into this contract. That's the issue. That's why I say there's no disadvantage of us recommending a clawback for the things that we really want.
Carl, how we handle this in other situations.
So it's a little easier for me to conceptualize and craft remedies between the city and the developer, you know, until the project is completed. That we could do with financial penalties. A little more difficult concept to say how, if the particular unit, after, you know, it's been sold to someone, something happens that changes that AMI, who is it we're looking to penalize? Is it the homeowner who has perhaps started some chain of action that that I can't even, because I just don't know how, if that's possible, but I'm not, and separately, part of what makes it difficult is the reverter clause. I doubt that any of the developers, financiers would say okay to a reverter clause, and I also doubt that any individual homeowner that would buy in and get their financing, that their financiers would, you know, that because that could defease the property back to the city or whomever, and then the financing, the banks are out. So I struggle, I'm sure I could come up with something, but as a city, I struggle to think of after it's all built out, how to maintain that.
How about a $2.7 million dollar fee to the developer if the AMI ratio from the 100% PRE are not met?
Met initially or the
Finally.
maintain, sorry.
Finally, after the project's finished.
Right, but not like maintain, I think his question was very exact, actually. But maintained after, you know, like we've got the deed restriction. If somebody somehow reverses the deed restriction at some future point, they can't go back to the developer. The initial, after the project is completed and the units are sold.
The city won't sell this property if the AMI is not in there. Like, we have complete control over that.
There's no consequences. You're saying that the contract is enough, but,
It's that the city will be the one to actually run that process. So it's not that like the developer doesn't have the same, it's not, when you speak of the property over on Platte Road, I think. Is that the one where?
Oh, the, Meridian?
Yeah, so the developer purchased the land from the county, then developed it. And then they sold, what you said, $900,000, I haven't seen the homes or anything like that. That's not what's gonna happen here. So the penalty, I'm trying to figure out, like, if they don't meet the affordability requirements, they don't get the tip. Like, it's just, they won't get their financing to do this. Like, there's so many pieces to this puzzle.
That is the consequence.
The consequence is they just don't get the money. They don't get the property.
Is that your
Yeah. So, but for me to have a mechanism, a contractual mechanism, that is easiest against the developer up until the time that it's completed. Because after that point, if something affects the affordability, that changes the way the income happens, then that could potentially affect the TIF. I'd have to do a little more homework just to make certain of that. But when I'm thinking of contractual remedies, it'd be something that we put in the CBA or the corresponding documents that, okay, if this doesn't happen, then one, the traditional fallback would be, that it comes back to the city, but because of the other financing mechanism that I think is not possible in this case, the best that I can offer are financial ramifications, the penalties against the developer.
Before it's finished, right?
Right, up until the time that, because then at that point, the agreement with the developer, their responsibilities will be completed, except for, I guess, whatever financing that they continue to monetize, and then the HOAs will be in control of the certain.
What do you recommend for contracts for some accountability mechanism?
I would have to put some thought into it with regards to what breach are we?
But you know what, you're not giving us a benefit until the tax is generated, because we're financing it. We're taking on the debt and the cash is coming from other sources. You're not actually providing a benefit until the unit is done, it generates taxes and it pays us back.
And we're also bringing in the equity source. So in the $13 million that we're financing, we're putting our personal guarantees and risk in the deal for each one of the lenders. These are pretty conservative financing mechanisms with 4 different lending sources, including units of government that we have to fund and put personal guarantees in order to finish that.
Okay, understood. I did not like this committee any longer. I do think it's wise to have some sort of accountability mechanism in the contract. So I would maybe suggest that we recommend the council to figure that out. In the briefest of context, just generally, developers have not always kept their promises. That's actually quite common. And then more specifically, there has been, Mark, the other coacher, has said that there's some past with this developer, Navari, that has been not, accountable or keeping all the promises in agreement. So
This is our first project. Could you please be more clear about what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, it might be a separate, because you said it's been doing this for decades, so.
Not together.
Okay.
We just formed Renovari. This is our first project to close on, so.
I'm sorry, I don't want to end this meeting this way. I'm saying that Mark, the other co-chair, brought some concerns. I didn't look into them. But I'm just saying as a general rule, not you specifically, as a general rule, there should be some accountability mechanism, that's all. So if anyone, I don't know, if people want to leave it at that or just have a motion to forward to council.
I move to recommend that council consider potential,
Remedies. Remedies.
potential remedies.
The Columbia, please call the roll.
Andrew Helen,
Yes.
Roger Johnson. Opposed. Say a vote. Grant Tillman. Opposed? Amy Somerville,
Yes.
Jen Eastridge,
Yes.
Amanda Smith,
No.
Jack Clark. 4 yes, 3 no's, and 2 absences, motion carries.
All right, thank you. This means we move to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on video or any person?
No one is currently on the attendance list.
Brian, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Hey everyone, just want to say a couple things real quick. First is just thank you all for the very important work. I know you've been here a long time, but I just want to say this is great and exciting work, even if I'm the only person here. It is. The other thing I want to say is just that I am a member of a local news source called What's Left, Ipsy. And I would be very interested to hear any words from anyone on the committee or from the developers. I know it's not gonna happen tonight, but before you leave, if you are interested in talking at all, I'll just send you 3 quick questions over email. And you can just answer them as briefly or not briefly as you'd like. Just drop me your email. I'll be over there. That would be cool. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Or all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. 10:51.